policy discussion, a sensitive policy discussion, surely.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt continuing to insist no war plans were discussed. CBS's Ed O'Keefe on the transcript now released by The Atlantic.
Among other things, it said that at 12:15 Eastern Time, F-18s would launch the first strike package towards Yemen. At 1:45, a trigger-based F-18 first strike window would start.
CBS's Charlie D'Agata is at the Pentagon.
This is the kind of granular detailing in terms of the timing, in terms of the weapons packages. These are, in terms of the sequencing of the targets, this is information that should never leave the building, and certainly not leave the building on unsecured devices or unsecured apps like this.
Some of those on the chat were back before lawmakers today, among them CIA Director John Ratcliffe, who insists he did nothing wrong.
My responsibility as CIA director, one of its responsibilities is to kill terrorists. And that's exactly what I did along with President Trump's excellent national security team. That's what we should be focused on.
The Supreme Court has upheld a Biden administration regulation on ghost guns, those nearly impossible to trace weapons. CBS's Jan Crawford.
If it looks like a gun, it fires like a gun, it acts like a gun, they're going to treat it like a gun, and you've got to get those serial numbers on it to sell it and background checks as well.
Jim Kursula has the latest on the wildfires burning in the South.
Raging wildfires fueled by downed trees and debris from Hurricane Helene last fall have prompted new evacuations in the mountains of the Carolinas. Megan Miller, her husband, and their 10 children have left their home in Greenville County, South Carolina.
It's scary because it's one thing knowing that you're about to lose something and you have a time crunch and what's the most important thing versus we just need to get up and go.
Dozens of wildfires are burning across the dry southeast. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
There was an unusual protest in Gaza today. Palestinians chanted anti-Hamas slogans. It was a rare show of public anger. Hamas's long suppressed dissent. The protesters were also angry at Israel for resuming the fighting. It was a year ago, Baltimore's Key Bridge collapsed after it was hit by a ship. Maryland Governor Wes Moore.
We remember the cold morning in March that changed our state forever. And we remember the tears that we shed and the uncertainty that we all felt.
6 construction workers were killed in that collapse. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text taxes to 511-511. Save 40% by texting taxes to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text taxes to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Kimberly Sullivan appeared in court today. She was expected to plead not guilty to kidnapping and assault charges, but the case was continued until Friday. Her attorney, Ioannis Kaloidis, spoke to the media after the appearance.
The state has indicated that they intend to file a motion seeking to add some conditions to Ms. Sullivan's release. The case was continued to Friday, and that matter will be addressed on Friday.
Sullivan is accused of holding her stepson captive in her Waterbury home for 20 years. Kaloidis says his client is innocent and is being unfairly judged.
The great thing about America is that's not how we work. She's presumed innocent until proven otherwise in court. So the burden rests on the state to prove these allegations.
Tracy Valorand, the biological mother of the Waterbury man, spoke to Chaz and AJ from 99.1 PLR yesterday, calling for charges to be brought against anyone who knew of the suffering her son was going through.
The two daughters also knew that he was there. They didn't say anything They're complicit. Even the daughter's boyfriend that knew he was there. They all need to be charged.
So far, charges have only been brought against the stepmother, Kimberly Sullivan. The stepson lit a fire in the home to alert authorities in an attempt to escape. Valorand again spoke to multiple news sources after Sullivan's court appearance, including NBC, and praised her son for the actions he took to escape.
It took a lot of strength and courage to do what he did, and I'm very proud of him.
Governor Ned Lamont commented on the case yesterday, reiterating the need to check in on children who are being homeschooled. And the New York Yankees are gearing up for opening day. Natalie Migliori has those details.
The Yankees are opening the 123rd season in the Bronx with an afternoon game against the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch may be at 3:05 p.m., but all gates to the stadium will open at 1 p.m., with pregame ceremonies set to begin around 2:30. Five-time World Series champ Andy Pettitte, who also serves as the current Yankees special assistant to the general manager, is throwing out the first pitch. The Yankees will also host a moment of silence to remember Miller Gardner, the 14-year-old son of Yankees outfielder Brett Gardner, who passed away just days before opening day.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Construction, 95 northbound, exit 11 through 16. Stay to the right to get around it. Southbound side of the Parkway road work, exit 41 down to Route 7. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more construction, exit 59 going up to exit 61. Left lane is out. 91 northbound road work, exits 8 and 9. Right lane is blocked. And Route 8 northbound construction starts at exit 15. 84 eastbound, you got it through Danbury to Route 7. And on 84 westbound going into exit 15, stay to the right to get through. Traffic report powered by Optimum. Take your business to the next level with Optimum Business Essentials. Get reliable, secure internet connection backup and business phone, all for just $90 a month. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing later this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So on my day off yesterday to go see the latest play, my son is a technical person on Smash on Broadway, the Imperial Theater. Had front row seats, by the way, last night. That was kind of good. So I'm walking around the theater district in Manhattan yesterday. And, you know, it's in Midtown, so we're walking, you know, in the 40s and upper 30s or whatever. And it took me about 20 minutes. And not that I don't know the area well, because, you know, I do. And, you know, I have another gig where I was going into New York City pre-COVID numerous days a week, but I'm still doing that remotely from my home. But it took me about 10 or 15 minutes. And I'm suddenly asking myself, is everybody smoking pot? Now, again, having said that, I smoked a lot when I was in college. I smoked a lot when I got out of college for a couple of years. Then I just said, I said to myself, maybe it's time to stop taking chances when you're driving, and maybe it's time to become an adult. Of course, now we have adult use recreational marijuana. But I got to tell you, I'm walking around in New York yesterday going, why do all these people feel the need to get high? I mean, you know, people would it not look weird if everybody in Midtown, I shouldn't say everybody, but enough people in Midtown, because I don't think they do, because I don't think it's legal, was drinking out of a brown paper bag. So it hit me yesterday. We have now in society, because we're so upset that certain people were over-policed. Now we went to some sensible laws to lunacy. But the bigger question I have is this, and we'll start with this at 333-9422. 333-WICC. Can somebody please explain to me? And I'm being dead serious about this because now we have another proposed law in Connecticut to further expand marijuana and THC and all that stuff. What is the need? Why do so many people find the need to get high? Can somebody please explain this to me? I know some people use it for glaucoma. I know some people use it for anxiety. I know some people use it for back pain. But come on. I swear, it was a nice day yesterday with a nice wind blowing in New York, and I'm walking, in the space of 2 or 3 blocks, I've got a good contact high going. It's like those old concerts I used to go to in the 70s and 80s at the New Haven Coliseum or the Hartford Civic Center. You'd walk in and there's the cloud. Just sit back. There you go. Nobody cared about secondhand smoke that night. But can somebody please explain this to me? Honestly. Why do so many people feel the need to get high? And please, if you're going to call me with the, well, alcohol, I don't care. We're not talking about alcohol right now. Do you understand? How many times am I going to have to say this? We're not talking about alcohol. Alcohol is different. It's water soluble versus fat soluble. It leaves your body much more quickly than THC does. And look, I understand that a lot of this stuff is legal now in a lot of states. I get that. I understand it. But you know what I like to do? I like to look at these issues from the other side. And I'm walking in Midtown yesterday, and I swear, in the space of 3 or 4 minutes, 5 or 6 people walked by me, and I got to say, are these cigarettes? No, they're not. It's weed. I understand there's legal, aspects of that in all these states. I get it. Why the need to, in the middle of the day on a work day, what's the need to get high? Can somebody explain that to me? And I know what you may say, well, to each his own. I get it. I'm not telling people not to do that, but I'm looking at this from the other side of this. On a Tuesday afternoon, and you're obviously in a work suit or a business attire, women's business dress or a pantsuit, and you're out in the middle of lunch and early in the afternoon and you're getting high. Really, why is that? I'm not saying you can't get high. But in the middle of the day, at lunchtime, on a beautiful early spring afternoon, where you're ostensibly either going to go back to the office or get on mass transit, then maybe get in your car. Explain this to me, please, because I don't get it. I don't get it. I was literally getting a contact high walking on the streets of New York yesterday. Are people's lives that empty? Are people so stressed out that they have to introduce a substance into their body which alters your mind? It does. I don't care what anybody says. Well, it's kind of relaxing and it's no different than a beer. No, it's different than a beer. It's different than a beer. They work on different levels in your body. I understand that that's what you may want, and I don't need to get a dossier from you about the health benefits, the suspected health benefits of THC and marijuana, but I'm asking a simple question. Why? Why? In the middle of the day on a work day, I'm getting passed by people left and right smoking weed. Are they that stressed out? Are they that angry? I don't know about you. It was a beautiful day yesterday. I didn't need weed to help me enjoy the day. I didn't. It was a nice breeze, nice sunshine, perfect temperature. The streets weren't crowded with their usual number of sickos. There was some mumbling, drooling sickos out there, but I kept my distance. But the whole thing of marijuana now being almost substituted for cigarettes Can somebody please explain to me what's up with that?
There's so many in our community who make a positive impact, from innovators and leaders to local businesses and nonprofits. They do so much for Connecticut. We will recognize them with the WICC Impact Awards, and we need your help. Submit your nominations now across 6 categories at voiceofct.com. Then join us on May 14th at Fasano's Four Seasons in Stratford as we recognize your nominees. Honor those who've helped to make Connecticut better with the WICC Impact Awards.
Hi, Jonathan Carbuti with Carbuti Real Estate. If you're thinking about selling your home, write this number down, 203-980-6886. Again, that's 203-980-6886. Whether it's a divorce, upsizing, downsizing, or even probate, we can help with any of your real estate needs. We can even give you a cash offer for your home. Call us today and experience the Carbuti difference.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Looking for a reliable dentist in your neighborhood? Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is here for you. Located at 91 East Avenue, our team of general dentists and an oral surgeon are ready to serve you. As part of the Columbia Implant Center network in Manchester, we offer 7-day-a-week services, including an in-house digital dental lab for same-day emergency care. Visit our website at columbiadental.com for more information and to book your appointment today. Your smile is our priority.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Construction, 95 northbound, exit 11 through 16. Stay to the right to get around it. Southbound side of the Parkway, road work, exit 41 down to Route 7. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more construction, exit 59 going up to exit 61. Left lane is out. 91 northbound, road work, exits 8 and 9. Right lane is blocked. And Route 8 northbound construction starts at exit 15. 84 eastbound, you got it through Danbury to Route 7. And on 84 westbound going into exit 15, stay to the right to get through. Traffic report powered by Optimum. Take your business to the next level with Optimum Business Essentials. Get reliable, secure internet connection, backup, and business phone, all for just $90 a month. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clearing and chilly with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As your day winds down, he's only just getting warmed up. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So are too many people smoking pot? And I don't mean to be pedantic in asking that, but my God, I'm walking in Midtown yesterday in Manhattan, and about every other person's got some weed going there and blowing it around. That's some good stuff right there. And now I'm reading here in the state, hemp farmers who suffered economically under state laws, now we're going to let them cultivate marijuana. More and more and more and more marijuana. What is up with this? And are we already at because you're starting to see articles about this now, are we already at a point where we're like, hey, we got to pump the brakes on this? But please explain to me the need to smoke pot in the middle of the day on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon in Midtown, where a lot of these people I see with the old doobie going there, flapping out of the lips, are in business suits and business attire. Again, I know it's legal. I get it. But really? In the middle of the day? Are you that cranked off about going home to your old lady or old man that you got to get high? You got to tie a buzz on to do this? Really? 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Text or call. Again, you can text me on that as well at 203-333-9422. Listen, as my people like to say, so each his own. I mean, to each his own, I get it. But in the middle of the day, well, Paul, you're being judgmental. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Especially in the middle of the day when I'm thinking, well, you're probably going to, at some point in the day, if you're commuting, you're probably going to be driving a motor vehicle either later in that day or the next morning, maybe with the kids. You know, THC stays in your body much longer than alcohol does. And again, I am not saying people shouldn't smoke, but you see this growing trend. I mean, here in Connecticut, too. Now they want to let the hemp farmers open up pubs. Enough. Enough with the weed. My God, it's like a freaking sacrament in this state. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, the heck with the communion wafers. Let's break out some weed. Oh, my God. Man, oh, man, beautiful day yesterday in the city. It's like I'm walking through a Grateful Dead show. Really? On a Tuesday afternoon? Let's go out for lunch. Let's get a nice sandwich and some weed. Oh, my God. I know it's legal. I get it. And I know some people take it for medical reasons. I get that, too. But other than those reasons, really, in the middle of the day, does your life suck that much? Oh, my God. Let's start off with Maria, who's with us. Maria, hi. You're on WICC. What's up?
Well, I really do think that is nasty smelling. It smells like a desert, and I don't understand why people even get up smoking that junk. They should illegalize it again. Take it out.
So you're smelling it everywhere I am too.
Oh my God, that is so nasty. The clothes even smell like desert. Their clothes. You walk in the mall and all you smell is desert.
Hey, Maria, what is it with people who want to get high? I don't understand it.
I don't understand because I wouldn't want to be high. I want to know what's going on around me.
Maria, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, listen, did I smoke in college? Yes, I did. But I wasn't out driving. I wasn't teaching kids. I wasn't working. I was sitting in my dorm room in Boston, as you would do when you're finally away from home. Hallelujah. And you're getting a little buzz on, that's okay. But my God, every other person almost for a couple of blocks. Really? Come on. Bozzy's here with us. Boz, what's up with you?
Oh, you caught me. I was just holding my breath. Son of a, I feel like George Carlin all of a sudden.
Easy. But, Steve, I'm telling you, I'm in Midtown yesterday. I'm like, come on, it's the middle of the day. What are we doing here?
You are a brilliant talk show host and also a brilliant writer. Now, you sketched it out, and I'm going to color it in for you a little bit in a humorous way because whatever. This would be, to your description, now just let me lay it out, a perfect Seinfeld episode. Could you just see Jerry in his apartment?
Come on!
What's going on? And all of a sudden, Kramer opens the door. Jerry, I can't go down the stairs. And now George comes in. Jerry, and then Elaine comes in. My hair is covered with, and the four of them are going on and on. And then George walks in, tried to park my car. The guy walked into me. Everybody's stoned. Jerry, they're stoned. They're stoned out there. What is it with this crazy
I mean,
thing?
Boz, middle of the day on a Tuesday. Come on.
On a Tuesday.
Oh.
You know, but you painted a picture that I think what's happening is because it was – when I smoked pot, I was at the Vibe. I was 52 years old.
Okay.
I was with my brother-in-law.
Okay.
And I said, you know what? I never did it in high school.
Okay.
Here I go.
Yeah.
Toke.
Yeah.
And I walked home, and I was mumbling something. That was it. But I think because it was taboo, you had this shit, that now because there's, if we're going to make something legal and whatever, why don't we just go with the no shirt law on a hot humid day? That might be a little more entertaining. But I think that's the thing, because it was, like you said, in the dorm room, and the guys in the suits, to them, because, they were, they like to think, look at me, I got my GQ 12-piece suit on, and look at, I got this nasty look. Maria hit it just right with the desert, and here's this ugly-looking thing sticking out of my mouth. But look at my look.
No, you're right. Boz, you're right, and I do have to run. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, guys are walking past me. Obviously, I'm saying to myself, that suit's not off the rack. That's either handmade or at least hand cut, hand tailored after you got the basic suit off the rack. And in middle of the day yesterday, in the Big Apple, and I'm meeting my son and his mom for lunch, and then we go get the front row seats to Smash. But Smash. Half the people I saw yesterday were smashed. Can we pump the brakes on the weed here? But my overriding question here is, why do so many people feel the need to get high? And I know what you're going to say. Well, it's the same as drinking. It's not. You can have a glass of wine. You can have a beer at dinner. And if you're consuming enough food and it's only one drink, you're not legally intoxicated. But man, you suck down that joint. No, you're not driving on the way home.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Construction, 95 northbound, exit 11 through 16. Stay to the right to get around it. Southbound side of the Parkway, road work, exit 41 down to Route 7. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more construction, exit 59 going up to exit 61. Left lane is out. 91 northbound, road work, exits 8 and 9. Right lane is blocked. And Route 8 northbound construction starts at exit 15. 84 eastbound, you got it through Danbury to Route 7. And on 84 westbound going into exit 15, stay to the right to get through. Traffic report powered by Optimum. Take your business to the next level with Optimum Business Essentials. Get reliable, secure internet connection backup and business phone, all for just $90 a month. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing later this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Dine out for half price. It's a sweet deal week at voiceofct.com. Great local restaurants are offering $50 gift cards for only $25. Go to voiceofct.com, click on the sweet deal banner. Restaurants include Pepe's Pizza, Vazzi's, Saloon, Jacob's Pickles, Zuka, Mill Pond Gathering, Pier 131, Dino's Seafood, Vinny's Deli, Amici's, and more. Buy $50 gift cards for only $25. Go to voiceofct.com, click the sweet deals banner. Sweet.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text SKINNY to 323232 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text SKINNY to 323232 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text SKINNY to 323232. That's SKINNY to 323232. SKINNY to 323232.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Atlantic has released the transcript of the chat among Trump security officials. Defense Secretary Hegseth provided exact times warplanes would drop bombs on Yemen. On Capitol Hill, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard was answering questions for a second day.
I did not recall the specific details that were included.
Director Gabbard, you've reasserted that there was no classified information. I think we can all agree that that information shouldn't have been out there.
President Trump ramped up his claims on Greenland today, saying ahead of a visit by Vice President Vance that the U.S. needs to take control of the Danish island. A Greenland member of the Danish parliament on the visit.
I think it's been disrespectful, and in many ways I think the timing is wrong.
It was 1 year ago today that the Key Bridge in Baltimore collapsed after being hit by a ship. 6 construction workers were killed. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Monroe man is pleading not guilty to charges connected to the shooting of his toddler son last summer. Barrington Strauchan was in court Tuesday and entered his not guilty plea to several counts, including risk of injury to a minor. The 2-year-old's mother said the boy and Strauchan were in a bedroom when she heard a noise and found the boy bleeding excessively. Strauchan said the boy shot himself. Witnesses say Strauchan was the only adult in the room at the time of the shooting, meaning he was responsible for the child. A Florida woman and her boyfriend are facing more severe charges related to the abuse and death of a 10-year-old Connecticut boy. Xavier Williams was brought to a hospital in Tavares, Florida on February 22nd, suffering from cardiac arrest and covered in bruises. The boy's brother detailed the abuse that they both endured at the hands of Kimberly Mills and Andre Walker, who are now charged with second-degree murder. Xavier's father still lives in Connecticut. West Haven police are investigating after a missing person was found dead in an apartment this week. Officers responded to the apartment on Ocean Avenue near Jones Hill Road Monday night around 6:30 for a welfare check. The person who called 911, presumably the landlord, let officers into the apartment where the missing person was located. The circumstances of the unidentified person's death are unclear. In the wake of the measles outbreaks across the country, including neighboring states such as New York and Rhode Island, pediatricians in Connecticut are spreading the word that the measles vaccine is safe, effective, and potentially life-saving. At a press conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, state lawmakers and health experts said one of the reasons for Connecticut's lack of measles cases is because of our strict vaccine requirements.
We have seen with the change in the policy of requiring vaccines to enter school and no longer having the religious exemption be an increase in vaccination rates.
State Senator Sawad Anwar, who is also a physician, emphasized the potential severity of a measles diagnosis.
As a physician who actually does travel and look at other parts of the world and sometimes volunteers to help take care of children and adults, I know that these illnesses are real and you do not want it on your worst enemy or anyone.
According to the CDC, there have been 378 reported cases in the U.S. this year. The superintendent of Darien Public Schools and the Anti-Defamation League are teaming up to eliminate hate speech. Superintendent Alan Adley spoke to a group of educators and parents during a recent forum at Middlesex Middle School. An ADL representative reported that the number of hate incidents in Connecticut have skyrocketed from 98 in 2020 to 682 in 2024. That's an increase of 650%. The rep added that it's, quote, happening in the community and, quote, being brought into the school system. Adley noted that many hate speech incidents, quote, take the form of a swastika or the N-word. He said such incidents more commonly happen at the middle school level and noted that's when students start learning about the Holocaust. Governor Ned Lamont addressed concerns over school funding, in particular special education funding, yesterday at a middle school in Meriden. As schools across the state see an increase in students with special needs, some lawmakers are worried that the recent cuts to the U.S. Department of Education will lead to a lack of federal funding for necessary programs. At a press conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, Governor Lamont said he had spoken with Linda McMahon, the current Secretary of Education.
Washington loves secretaries of education from Connecticut, you maybe have noticed. She has said that Title I money and some of the other funding may come from a different agency. Don't expect it to be interrupted. But what I have found is what the secretaries are saying and what you hear from DOJ in the White House don't always align.
2 people are in the hospital after a crash on the Merritt Parkway in New Canaan. State troopers were called to a section of the parkway late Monday and found 2 vehicles that had smashed into one another. What led up to the crash is unclear. Connecticut education officials have ordered the Bridgeport School Board to halt their current search for a new superintendent. This comes after the State Board of Education gave Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker broad powers to intervene in the district, which has had a tumultuous year filled with budget deficits and leadership changes. Hearst Media reported that a letter from the State Department of Education halted the search because the district did not initially include the commissioner from the onset. The last remaining bridge damaged by last year's historic flash flooding in Connecticut is now open. Yesterday, the Oxford First Selectmen held a ribbon cutting at the Park Road Bridge near Route 67 in Oxford. Bridges, roads, homes, and more across the Naugatuck and Housatonic valleys were damaged or otherwise destroyed during the flash flooding on August 18th last year. The bridge in Oxford was fully reconstructed and fortified to better handle future flooding. And a former Stamford police sergeant is eyeing a run for mayor. Michael Loughran has filed paperwork to run as a Democrat in the November election. Loughran will run against current mayor and fellow Democrat Caroline Simmons, who announced her re-election campaign nearly 2 weeks ago. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Construction, 95 northbound, exit 11 through 16. Stay to the right to get around it. Southbound side of the Parkway Road work, exit 41 down to Route 7. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more construction, exit 59 going up to exit 61. Left lane is out. 91 northbound road work, exits 8 and 9. Right lane is blocked. And Route 8 northbound construction starts at exit 15. 84 eastbound, you got it through Danbury to Route 7. And on 84 westbound going into exit 15, stay to the right to get through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clearing and chilly with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back and only on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
So as I'm walking around in Midtown Manhattan yesterday getting a contact high from everybody smoking weed, for God's sake, in the middle of the day on a Tuesday, I'm asking myself, can you imagine if a bunch of people suddenly started blowing cigarette smoke in people's faces? Again, right? How many years, Modon, did we hear secondhand smoke, okay, we heard that. Most places now you can't even vape when you use a vape pen or an electronic cigarette. All you're doing is spitting out water vapor. That's not smoke. But there's no way you would see licenses and laws loosened up for that, right? Marijuana, we don't say, hey, alcohol. We don't say, hey, you know what's great? We think more people should be drinking on the street. Yeah. Who's in for the paper bag thing, huh? Could fit a nice bottle of Ripple in there, or a nice 40-ounce Schlitz in there. No, we don't do that. But for some reason, we allow people just to go out in public now and smoke weed and blow the smoke in faces. Remember when the marijuana thing was starting here? 4 or 5 years ago, we were going to have designated use areas outside, like if you wanted to smoke outside. How asinine was that idea? Remember that? Well, if you're going to use outside, it'll have to be a designated area in the town limits. Oh, come on. That's unenforceable. But again, the majority Democrats in Hartford sold us their usual line of crap because they wanted to have black and Hispanic voters indebted to them by legalizing weed. Has this become too lax? What is the need to smoke weed in the middle of the day? Unless you just want to get people so high that you convince them to vote for you. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What drives someone in the middle of a workday like I saw yesterday? And these were not what you would call, I guess, by the way they were dressed, low-income people. I'm sorry, but in every stereotype there is some truth. And believe me, I can tell. Look, I'm no party animal. I can tell the difference between weed and a cigarette. But anytime we want to loosen the regulations on e-cigarettes, on vaping, on smoking, on alcohol. Oh, my God, everybody runs out of the freaking woodwork on this. But marijuana, it's all right. Smoke in public. And blow that stink into people's faces. Why have we become so tolerant of this? Why is that? I'm not saying you shouldn't smoke, but think about what I just said. We constantly hear from our lawmakers nationally and here in Connecticut. We constantly hear from them. Secondhand smoke, e-cigarettes with kids. Oh, my God, any amount of alcohol is bad. But they don't say crap about marijuana. Because we want to apologize for the over-policing. Oh, my God. Jose in Shelton's here. Jose, how are you?
Hey, good afternoon, Paul.
Hey, what's going on?
You asked the question, why would anyone want to smoke in the middle of a beautiful day?
A beautiful day in New York City. The sun's shining. Why?
You know why?
Why?
They want to smoke because they live in the land of the free and they could smoke.
Yeah, but
now, you're not insinuating that you're anti-freedom of smoking.
No, I'm not. No, it's two different issues, Jose. Like I keep saying, somebody wants to smoke, fine. But what would make you? There's another reason, Jose.
I'm gonna tell you why they smoke. Can I tell you why?
Why?
Because you walk it in New York.
Yeah.
It's fresh air.
Yeah.
You got Central Park nearby.
Yeah.
And it's something to do.
Yeah.
Like my son vapes.
Yeah.
I don't agree with it, but he has the freedom to vape.
Okay,
freedom is great.
But here's my question.
You're knocking freedom. You're not.
No. But Jose, here's my question. I agree. So if your son, right, or a group of people suddenly said, "Hey, we want to loosen up the vape regulations," because me as Jose's son, I should be able to vape anywhere. Now, you know what would happen to him, right? He'd get shouted down. He'd get screamed down. But nobody ever says anything about loosening the weed laws. What?
You're being a little short-sighted.
I am.
My son works hard,
Yeah.
and he has the right to vape.
Yeah.
He's an adult.
Yeah. But
he's an adult. He can vape.
Okay, but no, Jose, but you're not hearing me here.
I'm hearing you.
No.
I
But
encourage him to stop vaping.
But why?
Sometimes I get him in my car and he vapes that all over me. And I never smoked in my life. I never vaped.
But here's my question.
I only smoked in high school when I was trying to get.
Well, you're trying to get. Yeah, I know what you were trying to get.
I was trying to get a girlfriend, so if she was smoking marijuana,
Yeah.
I would roll with it.
Yeah.
Just as a front.
Yeah, that's why you still buy, Jose, thank you for the call. That's why you still buy those nips, too. We know what's going on. But my point is, society, some people unfairly look down at what Jose's son does, and friends of mine do with him. Oh, you're vaping. How about, and you see this, no vaping here, no vaping there, no vape, no vape. And yet nobody says nothing or says anything about marijuana. You mean to tell what if there was suddenly some TikTok challenge of everybody vaping on the street of New York City? Oh, Maron, you would have every pseudo health nut out there going, and we think this is bad because the post-smoking vape. Okay, fine, but they don't say anything about marijuana because that law was passed to make amends with you know who.
When you want the top Connecticut headlines when you wake up, you know to come to one place. That's Melissa in the Morning. Live interviews with local leaders and breaking news. You've got it on Melissa in the Morning. Plus, traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Melissa in the Morning is everything you need on your ride into work. Melissa Sheketoff, every weekday from 5 to 10 on Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, we've got your flooring needs covered. From intricate area rugs, durable vinyl and laminate to elegant stair runners. Shop anywhere, but make sure to see us before you buy. Visit courtesycarpet.com to explore our extensive selection. Visit Ellen, Jay, and the team at Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Trust us, the experts in quality flooring. Because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Construction, 95 northbound, exit 11 through 16. Stay to the right to get around it. Southbound side of the Parkway, road work, exit 41 down to Route 7. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more construction, exit 59 going up to exit 61. Left lane is out. 91 northbound, road work, exits 8 and 9. Right lane is blocked. And Route 8 northbound construction starts at exit 15. 84 eastbound, you got it through Danbury to Route 7. And on 84 westbound going into exit 15, stay to the right to get through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing later this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sometimes a text is just easier. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. What is it with everybody smoking weed in the middle of the day on a work day? And as I just told Jose, I'm not against you smoking weed or vaping or anything, but really? Middle of the day, I'm walking, beautiful day in Midtown Manhattan yesterday, right? Before I met my son and his mom, and we went to the latest show he's working on. But I'm like, really? You can't just enjoy the hum of the city and the breeze and the sunshine soaking into Gotham here? You got to blow that stink in my face? Come on. Well, Paul, what are you, a Puritan? No, but I haven't smoked weed for years. And my whole point in bringing this up is, why do we walk on eggshells when it comes to marijuana? Like I said, to Jose, his son probably gets hassled for vaping, and there's nothing harmful that comes out of a vape pen. It's water vapor. But you see this, oh, no vaping. You can't vape over here. Nah. I mean, God, imagine if we loosen the regulations on regular smoking. or on alcohol, but my God. Jeez, we're so afraid. And again, I read today, well, now they want to give hemp farmers in the state an opportunity to grow marijuana, and they can open pubs. Oh, fuck. Can we stop? Does everybody need to be drunk or high? Honestly. Seriously. Are their lives that shallow that they got to walk around like it's a Grateful Dead show from 1974? My God. Mary and Ansonia's here. Hey, Mary, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, Mary.
Remember back in the day, they would have liquid lunches?
Yeah.
And I said, okay, fine. Oh, now they made a big thing about alcohol.
Yeah.
So, God, you couldn't go out and do that. So now that pot's legal.
Maybe.
They just walk out. They just walk out and let me have a couple of chokes off a joint, and I'm going to be just as good as if I,
Yeah, no,
right.
and Mary, I agree with you, and thank you for the call. I guess that's it. I mean, this goes back to, like Mary said, liquid lunch. Hey, we laugh about it here, especially folks in Fairfield County. You remember the bar car on Metro North? Oh, my, who thought that was a good idea? Remember that? When pot was still illegal, and you'd get on to Grand Central, they'd have the bar car there, and you'd start slamming them down. And by the time you got to Westport or Greens Farms or Old Greenwich, hey, see you tomorrow. But my point is, we spoke up about that. Everybody is afraid to say something about marijuana. I mean, my God, middle of the day yesterday. Oh, geez, I got to get I'm at 6th Avenue and 47th, and I got a contact high here. Really? You're doing it on your lunch hour? Stop. Just the way I would say stop to a liquid lunch as well, unless you can't stand your boss, or you're hoping the one in the next cubicle becomes Agumad. You know what I mean? Dan in Westport. Hello, Dan. How are you?
Hey, good afternoon. So a couple quick points, but A, why someone would need to smoke in the middle of the day in Midtown Manhattan? Because it's New York City. New York City stuff. They know it. Everybody knows it. It's a beautiful day. Yeah, it's beautiful. I got you. But living there, it sucks. You mentioned that they were low-income individuals.
Yeah.
I would definitely disagree with that if they're in Manhattan. To be a low-income individual, like $150,000 a year.
No, Dan. What I said was there were a few. I said to people, don't stereotype here. Yes, there were a few low-income individuals, but no, a lot of the ones I saw were exactly the ones you're talking about: hand-cut suit, perfectly coiffed hair. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, to another point, I know you're saying vaping should have looser regulations where pot might need to be constricted. I think we all need to stop passing judgment on other people, right? You all do your own thing, but you also have to be respectful.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's true with everything.
Yeah.
You don't blow pot in someone's face. It's like you wouldn't blow a cigarette smoke in someone's face.
Oh, exactly.
I think we shouldn't be calling for more or less restrictions anymore. Less restrictions across the board, but people learn to be respectful. Additional to that, I think why someone would be smoking in the middle of the day, you don't know. Listen, everyone's got their own view or aspect on life, right? And potentially for them, smoking a little pot, walking down the street on a nice day,
that's right,
might enhance the experience. It's not really my cup of tea during the day, at least. But I could see the draw, and it's also a flex. You got to remember, young guy, man. It's the only way to, it's like shows like, oh, I'm cool, walking down the street, right? That's, I don't know, a bunch of poses.
I'm gonna flex in Midtown with a little weed. I like that, Dan. It's pretty good. I like that. All right, Dan. Thanks. Appreciate it. Dan in Westport there, yeah. Now, to Dan's point, he is right. Let's try not to judge. I'm not judging those people. I guess I am, but tongue-in-cheek. Like, dude, it's Tuesday. It's the middle of the day. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You're walking back to the office and you're flapping that joint. You're doing that doobie. But it's interesting how, like Mary said, liquid lunch. Dan said, we don't want to judge people. But can you imagine if all those people I saw yesterday who were smoking out legally, as Dan mentioned, in New York and other states, were also drinking out of a paper bag, or were also vaping and blowing that vape around. It's like I said, people need to relax. That's water vapor. It's not smoke, it's water vapor. Or if people were, smoking cigarettes, and which they still do outside, and blow that stuff around, that's fine. But my point is, isn't it amazing that we hear from society, don't drink. Don't be careful how much you drink. Okay. We shouldn't vape. Yeah, it's safer than cigarettes, but don't vape. Okay. Oh my God, don't smoke. Don't smoke and don't use snuff or chew or Red Man, whatever. Okay. You hardly hear anything about marijuana. I mean, you're starting to hear it a little bit. I'm starting to hear and see public service announcements, PSAs, and even some regular advertisements published or purchased, rather, by the feds or by the state about, hey, driving high, what they say, driving high is a DUI. And they're finally starting to say it. But isn't it amazing, and it's particularly here in the state, again, this new story that I have here, well, we're going to let hemp farmers grow weed. And now under the weed law, we let people grow weed. And enough. Stop it. Enough. This is an adult use product. Can you imagine if the state was going to pass legislation to encourage bars to sell more booze, to encourage wine and beer distributors and retailers to sell more booze? Can you imagine if the state wants to, somebody in either party was to introduce a bill in Hartford loosening the regulations on vape pens, on vaping, and on chew, and on snuff? Of course people would go nuts. But ask yourselves why there's never any, at least from the majority party in Hartford. I guess the Republicans are against this latest proposal, but ask yourselves why. There's never really any pushback on some of these bills that are designed to just make sure more people get high more of the time. Because that's essentially what you have right here.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Construction, 95 northbound, exit 11 through 16. Stay to the right to get around it. Southbound side of the Parkway, road work, exit 41 down to Route 7. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more construction, exit 59 going up to exit 61. Left lane is out. 91 northbound, road work, exits 8 and 9. Right lane is blocked. And Route 8 northbound construction starts at exit 15. 84 eastbound, you got it through Danbury to Route 7. And on 84 westbound going into exit 15, stay to the right to get through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clearing and chilly with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please. Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours. Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours. Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA Guide at BetterNestEgg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to BetterNestEgg.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Where you can call me right here, right now at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. That's call or text. And or you can email Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at voiceofct.com. What possesses someone in the middle of a beautiful day in a major city to go out and maybe get high?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Atlantic today released the transcript of the chat by Trump administration officials discussing details of an upcoming attack on Yemen. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth continues to insist it was not classified.
It's not war plans. There's no units, no locations, no routes, no flight paths, no sources, no methods, no classified information.
Security contributor Sam Vinograd has had a look at the transcript.
There's information in there about when a strike is going to occur, what military assets are going to be used, and that's happening well before the strikes are launched. The reason that information is normally classified is because if it's provided in an unclassified setting in advance of the strike, that means that bad actors could get access to it and could disrupt the actual operation.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Jamaica has just said clearly someone made a mistake and deferred to the Pentagon and the White House on the Signal chat. Analyst Jeff McCausland.
I cannot believe that they used Signal for this one discussion and had not been using it routinely, which could have compromised all kinds of sources and methods of intelligence. Might not have had a direct impact on a single mission, but certainly could have compromised and barely damaged U.S. national security policy.
Some senators want an inspector general investigation into the use of the app. 4 American soldiers who went missing while training in Lithuania have died. The NATO Secretary General announced the deaths, but he said he didn't have many details. A U.S. official would only say the 4 were involved in a training accident. Russia and Ukraine are accusing each other of violating the terms of the U.S. brokered deal to stop the fighting, and it's not technically underway yet, as the BBC's James Landau reports from Kyiv.
Not much clarity about when the ceasefire may start, and a big question for the Americans about whether or not this may be the moment to put some pressure back on Moscow.
Health officials have been worried about the measles outbreak in Texas and New Mexico spreading. Here's Stacey Lynn.
D.C. Health confirms its first case of the measles. The person took an Amtrak train from New York to Washington on March 19th.
It's definitely concerning.
Dr. Amy Winter with Johns Hopkins University says it is extremely contagious.
A single measles case is thought to cause on average 12 to 18 secondary cases.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
Copper surged to an all-time high on reports the Trump administration will accelerate a 25% tariff on copper imports. On Wall Street, the Dow is off 228 points. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
West Haven police are investigating after a missing person was found dead in an apartment earlier this week. Officers responded to the apartment on Ocean Avenue near Jones Hill Road Monday night around 6:30 for a welfare check. The person who called 911, presumably the landlord, led officers into the apartment where the missing person was located. The circumstances of the unidentified person's death are unclear. 2 people are in the hospital after a crash on the Merritt Parkway in New Canaan. State troopers were called to a section of the parkway late Monday and found 2 vehicles that had smashed into one another. What led up to the crash is unclear. In the wake of measles outbreaks across the country, including neighboring states like New York and Rhode Island, pediatricians in Connecticut are spreading the word that the measles vaccine is safe, effective, and potentially life-saving. At a press conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, state lawmakers and health experts said one of the reasons for Connecticut's lack of measles cases is because of our strict vaccine requirements.
We have seen with the change in the policy of requiring vaccines to enter school and no longer having the religious exemption be an increase in vaccination rates.
State Senator Sawad Anwar, who is also a physician, emphasized the potential severity of a measles diagnosis.
As a physician who actually does travel and look at other parts of the world and sometimes volunteers to help take care of children and adults, I know that these illnesses are real and you do not want it on your worst enemy or anyone.
According to the CDC, there have been 378 reported cases in the U.S. this year. And the New York Yankees are preparing for opening day tomorrow. With that story, Natalie Migliori.
The Yankees are opening the 123rd season in the Bronx with an afternoon game against the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch may be at 3:05 p.m., but all gates to the stadium will open at 1 p.m., with pregame ceremonies set to begin around 2:30. 5-time World Series champ Andy Pettitte, who also serves as the current Yankees special assistant to the general manager, is throwing out the first pitch. The Yankees will also host a moment of silence to remember Miller Gardner, the 14-year-old son of Yankees outfielder Brett Gardner, who passed away just days before opening day.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Construction, 95 northbound, exit 11 through 16. Stay to the right to get around it. Southbound side of the Parkway, road work, exit 41 down to Route 7. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more construction, exit 59 going up to exit 61. Left lane is out. 91 northbound, road work, exits 8 and 9. Right lane is blocked. And Route 8 northbound construction starts at exit 15. 84 eastbound, you got it through Danbury to Route 7. And on 84 westbound going into exit 15, stay to the right to get through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing later this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Wondering aloud why we are still continuing to genuflect in this state at the altar, at the sanctuary of weed, of marijuana. Look, I'm no Puritan. I got high by plenty of times in college and a few years after. But I have chosen, at least at this point, not to take part in the vast legal marijuana and edible and other product market here in Connecticut. I get that. I understand that. But my brain was stimulated, no pun intended, yesterday, walking in New York City, seeing that, watching people in the middle of the day smoking pot, smoking weed, which is legal in New York too, and then coming back here and seeing that state legislators now, primarily the Democratic majority, want to broaden the availability of marijuana through a couple of pieces of legislation here involving hemp farmers. Why? What is the fascination here? And again, I used to smoke. I'm not saying I never did, but I kept it in perspective. But in a state that is filled with numerous vices, gambling, smoking, vaping, consuming alcohol, all of which, the ones I just mentioned, the major ones, tobacco products, vaping, alcohol, gambling, all of which have their critics who say, hey, we have to be careful here because misuse of this is not good. Yet, when it comes to marijuana and marijuana products in the state, I'm fascinated because there's never enough here. Now, probably because of the money and probably the inbred white guilt of Democrats in Hartford who say, oh, we over-policed black and Hispanic people in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, so now we're going to show you how much we care by keeping more of you out of prison. You know, we've talked about this over and over again. And we're going to do equity this and funds that. But can you imagine if that was done with tobacco products? I mean, remember, at the same time, this is the ultimate irony here. At the same time, you have all these blue states saying, well, no, this marijuana stuff, it's great for black and Hispanic entrepreneurs, but we want to outlaw menthol cigarettes in black markets. How does this make any sense? Well, we know it because they're pandering. Here's the latest one. Connecticut hemp farmers would be allowed to grow cannabis under legislation approved by a committee. Hemp farmers who suffered economically under state laws in recent years would now be allowed to cultivate marijuana, while smaller cannabis farmers could open, get this, brew pub-style sales rooms under legislation that's passed a key legislative committee. Can you imagine if this story read something like smaller vaping clubs or smaller local tobacco producers or alcohol producers could open brew-style pub sales rooms? Of course not. People would go ballistic. Oh, you'd hear from Mothers Against Drunk Driving. You'd hear from this organization and that organization. And again, notice how whenever there's an expansion of marijuana laws, you never hear from the usual suspects. You never hear it. You never hear from the Heart Association. You never hear from the American Lung Association. Oh, shh. Equity over policing. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again, I understand that some of these hemp farmers may have a legal beef here. I'm not saying they don't. But I'm not looking at it from a nuts and bolts perspective. I'm looking at it from an attitudinal perspective or a societal perspective here. And again, driven home to me yesterday by walking in Manhattan in the middle of a day, a beautiful day, and saying to myself, 15, 20 years ago, you wouldn't have had all these people getting high in the middle of the day. But now they're doing it openly in public. How does that help society? How does that help? If you had the same amount of people drinking on the street, you'd say, oh, my God, what is wrong with society? All these people drinking out of those gauche paper bags on the street. Imagine if you had the same amount of people smoking weed on the street now doing Red Man, chewing and on every corner in Manhattan. Imagine that. Oh, my God, you'd have the health department there. You'd have the cops writing out check. Not a word with marijuana. Not a word. Not a word. Imagine if you had dozens and dozens of people together vaping in the middle of Manhattan. Oh, my God, look at this. Look at this water vapor soaked in nicotine. Not a word. None. Why? Because we are the ultimate hypocrites, that's why.
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Elder Law Attorneys Eliasson and Tenor. Online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance. And don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliasson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliasson and Tenor, for peace of mind. 203-336-2566.
You are listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, April 25th when the Yankees host the Toronto Blue Jays and be ready to receive a great Yankees promotional giveaway. It's Yankees Hockey Jersey Night, presented by DKNY. The first 18,000 guests will receive a Yankees hockey jersey. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and the Blue Jays for Yankees Hockey Jersey Night, presented by DKNY on Friday, April 25th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns? Owe the IRS $10,000 or more? With the IRS ramping up enforcement, taxpayers across the country are turning to tax relief helpers. Call 800-885-0622 now. End IRS stress today. Stop collection efforts, wage garnishments, and sleepless nights. Tax relief helpers can help you or your business settle your tax debt quickly and affordably. Call the Tax Relief Helpers hotline at 800-885-0622. That's 800-885-0622. Start your relief today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about 40 minutes from Stamford to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. The lower Merritt is at least a little bit easier right now. Out of New Haven on 95, busy but moving through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliasson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clearing and chilly with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Send a text to someone who will actually read them. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
So we restrict all these things like cigarette smoking, like vaping, snuff, chewing tobacco, alcohol, sports gambling, casino wagering, but yet, man, we have this, it's especially the Democratic leadership in Hartford, they have this sacramental love of marijuana that is so blatantly pandering to voters. It's nuts. And now they want to loosen the regulations on what hemp farmers can do. And again, nothing against hemp farmers. But can you imagine if hemp farmers said, yeah, and we're going to start a vaping business on the side. And we're going to start. We're going to do our hemp, and we're going to package Red Man. We're going to do our chewing tobacco business also. What is it with this sacramental love of marijuana and all things marijuana? And listen, I partook when I was a younger person. And yesterday I'm in New York seeing half of the sidewalk stoned in front of me and in back of me. And I'm just saying to myself, well, come on, what are we doing here? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And I understand, well, adult use, I get it, but enough. Here's another one. If you think I'm overreacting to this, here's another one. Under one of the bills approved in a committee in the General Assembly, hemp grown in the state could contain higher levels of THC rather than the trace amounts currently allowed. Now, why is that? Why should the state of Connecticut step in and allow more people to get high? What is this? I know the Democrats need voters, but come on. Republican State Senator Paul Ciccarella in North Haven, a ranking Republican on the panel, said, quote, there are some serious concerns in the bill. A simplistic answer is that it's just marijuana. That's a huge concern of mine. State Senator Jim Maroney, Democrat in Milford, co-chair of the committee, said the THC-infused beverages would not be allowed to be sold in Connecticut, but manufacturers here would export them out of state. Boy, how about that? So we're going to let manufacturers here. Let's see if I can understand this. We're going to let manufacturers here make stuff that we wouldn't sell in Connecticut. Oh, that's great. So either way, we get to collect taxes on them. Yes. Put on the marijuana knee pads. It'll only get better, Maud. And again, it's not that I'm against marijuana. It's not that I'm against people using. That's not the issue. The issue is the feckless, pedantic, double standard you hear coming out of the majority in Hartford. They want to regulate everything and clamp down on it, except weed, because weed gets them votes. Democrats get the stoner vote every 2 years. Most of them, anyway. Todd in Shelton. Todd, what's up with you?
Mr. Pacelli, you're doing a phenomenal job.
Yes, sir. What's going on?
No, I'm glad you brought that up. I've been clean and sober 37 years, and
Mm-hmm.
it's really disrespectful. I go to the gas station, they get out of the car, the weed blows, hits me in the face.
Gee,
I go to the post office, they get out of the car, the weed blows and hits me in the face. I'm like, I can't go nowhere. And if you think that's a big scam,
Yeah.
look into the methadone. The methadone is bigger than the pot. They're making tons of money on the methadone.
Yeah, and Todd, thank you for the call. I've had medical professionals in my family who have not been fans of methadone either, with the argument that it's addictive, it just maintains an addiction. Yeah, it just. So now we're going to let some people market, or at least the proposals out there to market THC-infused drinks that you couldn't sell here in the state. Wow. Legislation would also make charges to, get this, kids. I warned you about this. The the equity ownership rules. It would allow more colors on cannabis packaging and let cannabis producers to investigate in-house thefts worth of up to $500 the product without it. Oh, get this. A bill would allow cannabis producers to investigate in-house thefts of up to $500 worth of product without first involving the Department of Consumer Protection, which oversees the industry. So if I'm reading this right, some of these producers would be able to keep quiet on thefts of up to $500. That's a pretty good amount of weed. but the state consumer protection department wouldn't have to be notified. So now we're even going to pass bad lawmaking as far as enforcing laws because it's weed. It is mind-boggling. Bob in Trumbull. Bob, what's up with you?
Reverend.
Yeah.
A couple of things.
Yeah.
One is Connecticut already has manufacturers that produce things that can't be sold here in Connecticut.
What might that be, Bob?
The Colt Armalite rifle,
yeah.
15.
Mm-hmm.
You can't buy it here in Connecticut.
You sure? Is it a total ban, or is it just really tough to get one?
No, it's a ban.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
The other thing is, you were right. There's a lot less people smoking and chewing, drinking.
Yeah.
So to keep their tax revenue up, they're saying, let's let them buy pot and we can tax that.
And Bob, and thank you for the call. And now they're screaming and yelling because a new report came out a couple of weeks ago saying, hey, the average price of pot versus Massachusetts versus Connecticut is way higher in Connecticut. And they're wondering why Massachusetts does more business. And what do we say? What did I say in this whole thing? Watch the taxes. Because, listen, if you use, as I have some friends of mine who have, who like to partake, they go to Massachusetts. I say, is it the prices and the taxes? They said, yeah. Andre in Derby. Andre, good afternoon. How are you?
How you doing, sir? You're doing a great job on the air, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate that, sir. What's on your mind? What's on your mind?
I'm a teacher in, let's just say, a very, very big district in Connecticut, right?
Okay.
And when we've always, in the school, there's always a pot problem, right? But it's gonna go. I'm gonna go ahead and go on the record and say it's getting a whole lot worse. Yeah. I know that. In one of the schools I taught at, it was a neighborhood school, so you would have parents be able to walk in for report cards. Yeah. Now, I mean, you'll have parents walk in if they do show up for report cards, and my whole classroom will smell like a grow operation.
They'll so mom and dad are coming in stoned. They think it's a Grateful Dead show. They think it's a dead show.
Yeah, and I have a student now. I teach at the high school level, and I know the kid. I wouldn't know if the kid was high or not, but it is so bad on his clothes where I've actually pulled the kid aside and said, hey, I don't know who's smoking and where they're smoking. And he's told me, he's like, oh, it's the car I'm in. And I know. And I'm just like, I don't know if you got to go to a job interview soon, but I smell it on you. The pens, the vapes, it's bad, sir. And when I say it's bad, it's to the point where teachers are talking about it. Administration tells the teachers, hey, if you've got 3 kids in your class that are stoned daily, imagine that times how many classrooms are in the building. It's like they're claiming it's a sandbag against tidal waves at this point.
My God.
I'm right there with you. When it's an unchecked, regulated thing, and politicians are trying to regulate it at this point. I think the brush fire is getting out of control, and I think they jumped the gun on this. It's definitely affecting the youth more than we've got the most addicted generation in our classrooms right now.
I don't. Hey, Andre, thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Good to hear from you there. An education professional, an education pro, who came right out and said, "Listen, he smells it on his students in his classroom."
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about 40 minutes from Stamford to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. The lower Merritt is at least a little bit easier right now. Out of New Haven on 95, busy but moving through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliafson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give. Peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing later this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Estella's Pharma.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Atlantic today released the transcript of Trump administration officials on a chat about bombing Yemen. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth continues to insist he did not disclose war plans.
My job is to provide updates in real time. General updates in real time. Keep everybody informed. That's what I did.
The transcript laid out in detail times of strikes and types of warplanes used before service members flying those attacks were airborne. CBS's Charlie D'Agata.
People are asking me, what do they think here at the Pentagon? What are people feeling? It's genuine bewilderment. They're astonished at what's happened.
At the White House, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
If this story proves anything, it proves that Democrats and their propagandists in the mainstream media know how to fabricate, orchestrate, and disseminate a misinformation campaign quite well.
Some senators now want an inspector general investigation into the use of the Signal app. CBS News Special Report, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut education officials have ordered the Bridgeport School Board to halt their current search for a new superintendent. This comes after the State Board of Education gave Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker broad powers to intervene in the district, which has had a tumultuous year filled with budget deficits and leadership changes. Hearst Media reported that a letter from the State Department of Education halted the search because the district did not initially include the commissioner from the onset. Governor Ned Lamont addressed concerns over school funding, in particular special education funding, yesterday at a middle school in Meriden. As schools across the state see an increase in students with special needs, some lawmakers are worried that the recent cuts to the U.S. Department of Education will lead to a lack of federal funding for necessary programs. At a press conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, Governor Lamont said he has spoken with Linda McMahon, the current Secretary of Education.
Washington loves secretaries of education from Connecticut, you maybe have noticed. She has said that Title I money and some of the other funding may come from a different agency. Don't expect it to be interrupted. But what I have found is what the secretaries are saying and what you hear from DOJ in the White House don't always align.
The superintendent of Darien Public Schools and the Anti-Defamation League are teaming up to eliminate hate speech. Superintendent Alan Adley spoke to a group of educators and parents during a recent forum at Middlesex Middle School. An ADL representative reported that the number of hate incidents in Connecticut have skyrocketed from 98 in 2020 to 682 in 2024. That's an increase of 650%. The rep added that it's, quote, happening in the community and, quote, being brought into the school system. Adley noted that many hate speech incidents, quote, take the form of a swastika or the N-word. He said such incidents more commonly happen at the middle school level and noted that's when students start learning about the Holocaust. A Monroe man is pleading not guilty to charges connected to the shooting of his toddler son last summer. Barrington Strauchan was in court Tuesday and entered his not guilty plea to several counts, including risk of injury to a minor. The 2-year-old's mother said the boy and Strauchan were in a bedroom when she heard a noise and found the boy bleeding excessively. Strauchan said the boy shot himself. Witnesses say Strauchan was the only adult in the room at the time of the shooting, meaning he was responsible for the child. Kimberly Sullivan appeared in court today. She was expected to plead not guilty to kidnapping and assault charges, but the case was continued until Friday. Her attorney, Ioannis Kaloidis, spoke to the media after the appearance.
The state has indicated that they intend to file a motion seeking to add some conditions to Ms. Sullivan's release. The case was continued to Friday, and that matter will be addressed on Friday.
Sullivan is accused of holding her stepson captive in her Waterbury home for 20 years. Kaloidis says his client maintains her innocence and is being unfairly judged.
The great thing about Von America is that's not how we work. She's presumed innocent until proven otherwise in court. So the burden rests on the state to prove these allegations.
Tracy Valorand, the biological mother of the Waterbury man, spoke to Chaz and AJ from 99.1 PLR yesterday, calling for charges to be brought against anyone who knew of the suffering her son was going through.
The 2 daughters also knew that he was there. They didn't say anything. They're complicit. Even the daughter's boyfriend that knew he was there. They all need to be charged.
So far, charges have only been brought against the stepmother, Kimberly Sullivan. The stepson lit a fire in the home to alert authorities in an attempt to escape. Valorand again spoke to multiple news sources after Sullivan's court appearance, including NBC, and praised her son for the actions he took to escape.
It took a lot of strength and courage to do what he did, and I'm very proud of him.
Governor Ned Lamont commented on the case yesterday, reiterating the need to check in on children who are being homeschooled. A Florida woman and her boyfriend are facing more severe charges related to the abuse and death of a 10-year-old Connecticut boy. Xavier Williams was brought to a hospital in Tavares, Florida on February 22nd, suffering from cardiac arrest and covered in bruises. The boy's brother detailed the abuse that they both endured at the hands of Kimberly Mills and Andre Walker, who were now charged with second-degree murder. Xavier's father still lives in Connecticut. The last remaining bridge damaged by last year's historic flash flooding in Connecticut is now open. Yesterday, the Oxford First Selectmen held a ribbon cutting at the Park Road Bridge near Route 67 in Oxford. Bridges, roads, homes, and more across the Naugatuck and Housatonic valleys were damaged or otherwise destroyed during the flash flooding on August 18th last year. The bridge in Oxford was fully reconstructed and fortified to better handle future flooding. And a former Stamford police sergeant is now eyeing a run for mayor. Michael Loughran has filed paperwork to run as a Democrat in the November election. Loughran will run against current mayor and fellow Democrat Caroline Simmons, who announced her re-election campaign nearly 2 weeks ago. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over 45 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. The Lower Merritt is your best bet at the moment. Out of New Haven on 95 south, a few extra cars going through Long Wharf into West Haven. I'm Edge Kress with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clearing and chilly with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Make your voice heard. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Email's always around if you want to hop on that bandwagon or wagon. Paul, Paul, at voiceofct.com. Call or text. We take text messages as well as your calls at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, reading a story today about the expansion of, possibly more growing opportunities and pub opportunities for some hemp farmers in the state and micro cultivators of marijuana. Listen, I'm not going to weigh in on one side or the other on this because I don't know the business well enough. I'm not versed in the business end of this to say whether something is a good idea or not a good idea. What I think I'm versed in, and what I think I can spot, is hypocrisy here. And I'm reading all these proposed they do new regulations for marijuana every couple of years here in the state. They want to jack up the tax revenues. They want to jack up the equity payments. They want to make more of their white guilt go away. But I'm reading this off a day where I went to New York yesterday, took a day off, went to see the latest show my son is working on Broadway. And I'm walking there in the middle of the freaking day. It's a Tuesday. It's not even Friday afternoon. You figure, hey, 3 o'clock, babe. Let's go, Maud. Back to my place. It's the middle of the day. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it smells like I'm at a Grateful Dead show. Smells like the first concert I was ever at, Jackson Browne, New Haven Coliseum, 1978, I think. 77, 78, man, would you talk about a contact high for this kid going, I see how good these concerts are. So my point is this, and I ask you a simple question here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Why is there such a terrific double standard when it comes to marijuana versus everything else? Why are progressives and some conservatives and some libertarians, I grant you that, but my God, why are these state and local governments just putting on their knee pads and worshiping at the altar of marijuana here when they wouldn't be able to do that for alcohol, or they wouldn't get reelected? If they did that for chewing tobacco, for snuff, for vaping, they wouldn't be able to get elected or reelected. If they did that for plain old cigarettes or cigars or pipe tobacco, they wouldn't be able to do that and get reelected. So the fascination. And I remember how getting high was kind of enjoyable. I was never that into it. I'm like, whatever. I got more to do here. And I don't besmirch anybody who takes advantage of these laws. My only gripe here between what I'm reading today, what I experienced in New York yesterday, is the double standard. The double standard of this whole thing drives me nuts. Now we're going to, market drinks here we can't market them here, but we're going to allow people maybe to make them here. We're going to allow a higher, no pun intended, amount of THC in some of the hemp that's grown locally here. So again, we had all these very, very, very strict guidelines about weed and pot in Connecticut. They all told us this, and little by little, every 2 years or every couple of years when the General Assembly gets together, they loosen that regulation, and they loosen that regulation, and they loosen that regulation, because they knew exactly what they had to do. They had to say, hey, we've got the tightest regulations of anybody here, so please vote yes on this so we could deal with our white guilt. Oh, man. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But again, call, text, a simple question. Explain to me the continuing embrace, the oozing, dripping love affair with marijuana in this state when, if you say a positive thing about cigarettes or cigars or vaping or alcohol, they run you out of the room.
When you want the top Connecticut headlines when you wake up, you know to come to one place. That's Melissa in the Morning. Live interviews with local leaders and breaking news. You've got it on Melissa in the Morning. Plus, traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Melissa in the Morning is everything you need on your ride into work. Melissa Sheketoff, every weekday from 5 to 10 on Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Need the perfect flowers for any occasion? Trust City Line Florist, Trumbull's local florist for 108 years and 4 generations. From birthdays to anniversaries, celebrations to just because, City Line Florist delivers stunning, high-quality flowers, same day, anywhere in the country. Stop by their beautiful gift shop and greenhouse at 2978 Nichols Avenue in Trumbull, or order online at citylineflorist.com. City Line Florist, making life's moments bloom since 1917.
Struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns? Owe the IRS $10,000 or more? With the IRS ramping up enforcement, taxpayers across the country are turning to tax relief helpers. Call 800-885-0622 now. End IRS stress today. Stop collection efforts, wage garnishments, and sleepless nights. Tax relief helpers can help you or your business settle your tax debt quickly and affordably. Call the Tax Relief Helpers hotline at 800-885-0622. That's 800-885-0622. Start your relief today.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over 45 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. The Lower Merritt is your best bet at the moment. Out of New Haven on 95 south, a few extra cars going through Long Wharf into West Haven. I'm Edge Kress with WICC traffic.
Clearing later this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He might not agree with you, but he promises to listen. Join Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, 203-333-9422, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again, to this whole marijuana thing, not only did they pass regulations that they knew they would chip away at, but they also, and I was saying this as were a lot of other people, the taxes are too high. So they're loosening these regs. They want to make more on marijuana. They're all running around a quiver in Hartford. And there was a story that came out a couple of months ago or several weeks ago, whenever it was, hey, compared to Massachusetts, they're blowing us out of the water on sales because, what a surprise, our taxes were too high. But I kept saying it, and other talk show hosts kept saying it, and they didn't listen. But my basic question here, though, after reading what I read today about another push to loosen marijuana regulations in this state, and in walking through that fog of weed in New York City yesterday, what's the point here? To have a completely stoned society? I mean, new ideas here in Connecticut about hemp farmers can do this, or a higher percentage of THC. Meantime, if you said, hey, we want to sell super spiked beer here in the state, wouldn't that be a great idea? You'd get run out of the Capitol if you said that. Hey, we think there should be more vaping, more use of cigarettes. We want to expand the use of snuff and plug and Red Man and those nicotine pouches. Imagine that. And there'd be, you'd have experts up there from every organization, up there going nuts. But man, but If it's marijuana, forget it. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Democrats need voters. Shut your mouth. Eric in Fairfield's with us. Eric, hi. How are you?
Hey, Paul. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I consume marijuana, and
Okay.
I did it before it was legal, and I appreciate the fact that when it was legal and regulated, I was able to get better education and understanding around what it was all about. But I think everything, and left and right, is ultimately comes down to scope creep. I think you always begin at one point with the intention of knowing that the pendulum's going to swing one way or the other. And so it doesn't surprise me personally that this is where we find ourselves at the moment, because it was never going to stay where it started is never going to be where it stays. It's going to evolve ultimately. And that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, and I would just, though, wish, Eric, for example, that our lawmakers would be a little more frank with us and a little more honest. And now at least they finally are. They're kind of admitting, hey, yeah, we're seeing that spike in traffic accidents that we were warned about, and people are mixing booze and pot, which is not good. So, yeah, you're right. No, it does creep up. But the thing that upsets me, Eric, is when people mention that on the run-up to this, they were brushed aside. Oh, yeah, we'll handle that. Don't worry. And now people are getting killed on the roads.
Sure. No, and that's fair. And I would say, you mentioned nicotine, you mentioned alcohol.
Yeah.
How many pregnant women back in the 50s who didn't understand the implications of nicotine while pregnant smoked? Or how many people would drive a car and get mad because, I can't drink a beer while I drive? What's wrong with that? It's not American. I mean, the pendulum swings in the sense that I think when it becomes new, there's this acclimation period, and then when you normalize it, just like the argument of when you're a teen in Europe and you have wine or liquor at the age of 16 and 17, you desensitize. So when you get 21 and 22, it's just part of your life. And I think weed was this categorized for a long time, miscategorized drug, and there was this allure about what's available or how attainable it is, and it was this forbidden fruit. And much like Adam and Eve, they pursued that. And now when you put it in front of people, I believe that they're starting to come to the realization that there's benefits to it. I don't believe it's addictive, at least personally speaking. I can't speak for others, like an alcohol or nicotine is. So, and ultimately, the government wants to tax and generate revenue off of something, even if it becomes at the detriment of some people. But I think that high driving note you just called out is a valid one. But I would hope that over time that starts to subside as people become less enamored with the how new and different this is.
Yeah, and Eric, that's a great call, my friend. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that, Eric, there in Fairfield. And also remember one other thing with the DUI, with the marijuana and drug DUI. How often did we hear during the testimony from police, local police, state police, troopers from other states came in and testified? Remember, they said, hey, there is no breathalyzer for marijuana. We have these field sobriety officers. Oh, we're going to train those officers, and they're going to go on site to determine a DUI with marijuana. Oh, please stop. You don't think those officers, with all due respect, those troopers and officers, you don't think there are defense attorneys licking their chops, wanting to get them in a courtroom? Come on. And again, like Eric just said, you have to, at some reason, sit back and say, okay, this is getting a little much. But that'll never happen in Hartford, because the way Hartford works, for the Democratic majority to say, hey, this is a little much, they would then have to do something that would make their skin peel right off their skeletons, admitting that Republicans may have been right on something. And that will never happen in Hartford, long as Bob Duff and Martin Looney and Matt Ritter are there. Fran in West Haven. Hi, Fran. How are you?
I'm all right. With everything, regarding that smell from weed and everything.
Yeah.
When my husband and I have to do our grocery shopping, we do it in ShopRite Orange.
Yeah.
We constantly smell it. It gets aggravating. It gets very aggravating.
So your nose is attuned enough for that. Just when you do your grocery shopping, you can pick up on it.
We could pick up it. In fact, he tells me to plug my nose because I have asthma and smoke is a trigger for me.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Yes, it's aggravating.
Yeah, and Fran, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. There, yeah, I mean, you hear that what Fran just said. You hear that now. Now, if somebody came to me, if in some way I was an habitual user of marijuana, regular basis, but I'm an adult, and I heard a phone call like Fran's there, or somebody said to me, hey, you're going to pass people on a regular basis, a regular basis, who you may not be smoking, but it still kind of is in your clothes and everything, so you may want to ease off on that. Personally, I would do that. But, man, I got to tell you, and I know people who smoke, and they're like, hey, I don't care. I don't give a, it's legal, and I'm going to do it. I mean, it's just like this completely and utterly, totally Olympic-level asinine law that they passed with this a few years back that said the odor of marijuana in a vehicle is not enough to assess the driver for a marijuana DUI. So you know what this is called? It's called hotboxing. So technically, again, from what I have been told by law enforcement people, especially, those who encounter this on a daily basis, we've heard from them on all the shows here in this state, hey, I can pull over somebody, and if they roll down those windows and I get blown away like it's E.T. getting high with the smoke, you can't assume or write up the driver because, that driver might not be high. Yeah. The reason I use and you've heard me tell this before, the reason I use the E.T. illusion, I have a relative in my family who is a police officer. It's been there quite a few years now. He is in a suburban police department, pulled up on a car once about 2 a.m. that was in a parking lot in a suburban strip mall. He knew exactly what was going on. He taps on the window. Officer Pacelli, police department, can you roll the window down, please? And I said, and he says, Paul, the window rolls down. I get this pounding glob of smoke coming out of the car. He said, I wait a few seconds. I got my flashlight going, and all of a sudden, I see 2 big cartoon eyes finally appear out of the smoke. He said it was like E.T. It was like a Spielberg movie. Yes, they all got cited, he said. And the fun part of that night, he told me, was him calling up the parents of somebody who was 14 years old in a car at 2 a.m. Yeah, okay. Nice job, Mom and Dad. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over 45 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. The Lower Merritt is your best bet at the moment. Out of New Haven on 95 south, a few extra cars going through Long Wharf into West Haven. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clearing and chilly with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Your morning starts with a fresh cup of coffee and total peace of mind. Because with Property Protection Consulting, your home or office is secured and backed by a local company. From single camera setups to full-scale security, we customize your protection because we know how valuable your safety is. Whether you're protecting your livelihood or the ones that matter to you most. For a complimentary evaluation on your home or office, visit ppcalarms.com because real security starts with real protection.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA guide at betternestegg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to betternestegg.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Hey, she couldn't join us yesterday because I wasn't here. But our good friend Megan Portfolio is going to join us talking about union membership, municipal, state, and city and town union membership in the state. So we'll talk to her coming up in just a bit. And in the 5 o'clock hour, our buddy, our pal, Dan Haar, Hearst Connecticut Media, he'll also join us as well. Now, till then, though, plenty of time on the phone at 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Call or text, or you can email Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at voiceofct.com. We'll tell you something as we wrap this subject up there, but I tell you, there's nothing like live theater. And this is what started the whole show today. Took a day off yesterday, went to the city, met up with my son and his mom, saw the show he was working on. I got to tell you, it is... You know, I can see why some of these Hollywood A-listers, movie and TV A-listers love to do stage again, and how many of them started doing stage stuff. It is to do a live performance without a net, man, oh man.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Trump administration continues to defend using an app to chat about airstrikes in Yemen as The Atlantic published the transcript. In Jamaica, Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Obviously, someone made a mistake. Someone made a big mistake and added a journalist. Nothing against journalists, but you ain't supposed to be on that thing. So they got on there and this happened.
Linda Kenyon at the White House.
The group chat occurred just hours before the U.S. attacked Houthi rebels in Yemen. A leak could have compromised that operation, but White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says that didn't happen.
The real story here is the overwhelming success of President Trump's decisive military action.
A journalist was inadvertently added to the messaging thread. Secretary Leavitt blames Democrats and the media for focusing on that.
We are not going to bend in the face of this insincere outrage.
But members of Congress are calling for an inspector general to investigate the use of the Signal app.
Editor-in-Chief Jeffrey Goldberg was the journalist in question. He spoke to CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
That's actually extremely dangerous to say that American warplanes are launching in 30 minutes to attack Houthi targets in Yemen.
Security contributor Sam Vinograd on the CIA director's testimony to Congress today.
Director Ratcliffe just said that the information wasn't classified, which we could talk about, but that it was sensitive. So again, sharing sensitive, non-public government information on an unclassified app is not something that has ever been advised by the U.S. government.
4 American service members have been killed in Lithuania. Matt Piper reports.
A U.S. official will only say the soldiers were involved in a training accident. The U.S. Embassy said in a social media post that the troops went missing from a training area near Lithuania's far eastern border with Belarus, a nation closely allied with Russia. The embassy did not say when the soldiers went missing.
Wildfires continue to burn across the southeast. Matt Rogers lost his home in western North Carolina, but offered his thanks to firefighters.
I said, I know you guys did, and when you had to, you saved other homes. We can only control one thing, our attitude.
Jim Kursula reports Florida lawmakers are considering loosening the state's child labor laws amid immigration crackdowns.
The move comes after Republican Governor Ron DeSantis suggested that young workers could help replace, quote, dirt-cheap labor performed by undocumented workers in the state. A bill in the Florida State Senate would allow teenagers as young as 14 to work overnight shifts and remove time limitations and required meal breaks for 16 and 17-year-old workers.
On Wall Street, the Dow was off 132 points. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love
everything.
You guys, I love this song.
I love these nachos.
I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy.
What's your name?
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because feeling full can sound like this.
How did the interview go? I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
And like this.
Mom, I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The superintendent of Darien Public
Testing,
Schools
1, 2.
and the Anti-Defamation League are teaming up to eliminate hate speech. Superintendent Alan Adley spoke to a group of educators and parents during a recent forum at Middlesex Middle School. An ADL representative reported that the number of hate incidents in Connecticut have skyrocketed from 98 in 2020 to 682 in 2024. That's an increase of 650%. The rep added that it's, quote, happening in the community and, quote, being brought into the school system. Adley noted that many hate speech incidents, quote, take the form of a swastika or the N-word. He said such incidents more commonly happen at the middle school level, and noted that's when students start learning about the Holocaust. Connecticut education officials have ordered the Bridgeport School Board to halt their current search for a new superintendent. This comes after the State Board of Education gave Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker broad powers to intervene in the district, which has had a tumultuous year filled with budget deficits and leadership changes. Hearst Media reported that a letter from the State Department of Education halted the search because the district did not initially include the commissioner from the onset. Governor Ned Lamont addressed concerns over school funding, in particular special education funding, yesterday at a middle school in Meriden. As schools across the state see an increase in students with special needs, some lawmakers are worried that the recent cuts to the U.S. Department of Education will lead to a lack of federal funding for necessary programs. At a press conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, Governor Lamont said that he has spoken with Linda McMahon, the current Secretary of Education.
Washington loves secretaries of education from Connecticut, you maybe have noticed. She has said that Title I money and some of the other funding may come from a different agency. Don't expect it to be interrupted. But what I have found is what the secretaries are saying and what you hear from Doge in the White House don't always align.
And the New York Yankees are gearing up for opening day. Natalie Migliori with the details on that story.
The Yankees are opening the 123rd season in the Bronx with an afternoon game against the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch may be at 3:05 p.m., but all gates to the stadium will open at 1 p.m., with pregame ceremonies set to begin around 2:30. Five-time World Series champ Andy Pettitte, who also serves as the current Yankees special assistant to the general manager, is throwing out the first pitch. The Yankees will also host a moment of silence to remember Miller Gardner, the 14-year-old son of Yankees outfielder Brett Gardner, who passed away just days before opening day.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport, a few breaks along the way through. The lower Merritt is only slightly better right now. Out of New Haven, 95 busy but moving through West Haven and Long Wharf, and on 84 eastbound, some extra cars going into the Super 7 in Danbury. Traffic report powered by Optimum. Take your business to the next level with Optimum Business Essentials. Get reliable, secure internet connection, backup, and business phone, all for just $90 a month. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today. Annette Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing later this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
We're at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. Once again, if you just can't talk or you'd rather not have your voice on the radio for whatever reason, you don't want to be recognized or whatever, you can use that same number, 333-9422, and you can text me or text Melissa or text Lisa or text John and Chris there from the download in the midday. So we do see them all. We all keep this thing up and running during the day. Before we get to our check today with our friend Megan Portfolio, saw this story. And remember how I said a couple of months ago, or I guess a few months ago, they meaning state, the lawmakers and state public safety folks, they're overcompensating now. They're overcompensating because they know that the deleterious effects of marijuana on the roads are out there, but they can't really measure it. So the notion is, well, we can't really do anything with marijuana and marijuana DUIs. So let's do something with alcohol. And you know how they want to drop there's notions of Connecticut dropping the DUI blood alcohol limit from 0.08 to 0.05, right? And the argument against that is you're just creating criminality, right? And the argument for that, to say you're creating criminality, is whoever gets a DUI if they're 0.07 or 0.06 or 0.05, nobody. Here's another perfect example. This story here in the Hartford Courant. Connecticut man with alleged blood alcohol content nearly 3 times the legal limit has been charged with manslaughter in a wrong-way crash. Justin Musinski's story today in the Courant. A wrong-way driver in a fatal crash on I-95 in Westbrook last October faces manslaughter and other charges after state police alleged that he was found with a blood alcohol content nearly 3 times the legal limit. He wasn't 0.06. He wasn't 0.07. 3 times the legal limit. Nearly 3 times the legal limit. So again, just another example here of the legislature, the lawmakers in Hartford flailing away. Oh, we have to do something. We can't do anything with marijuana. So let's flail away and drop the blood alcohol content level for a DUI to 0.05. How does that make any sense? So we had a blood alcohol content level of nearly 3 times the legal limit. Those charges stemming from a crash October 9th last year. The kid killed a 47-year-old Mark Palumbo of Madison, and that's according to the arrest warrant and the affidavit. Guy was driving the wrong way. It's just... Palumbo was driving a 14 Mustang GT South when he was hit by a 2017 Cadillac ATS that was being driven the wrong way by the suspect here, Troy Bree. So again, not 0.05, not 0.06, not 0.07. Says it right here. Connecticut man with alleged blood alcohol level nearly 3 times the legal limit. Let's forget the 0.05. Let's make sure we crack that. You know what? I'd rather you raise my taxes, hire more state cops. Before we go to a break, Paul in Orange. Paul, how are you, sir?
Great, Paul. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Obviously, if someone's super drunk, they should, but when you make it 0.5, you're creating a larger supply of people that could be arrested.
It's
and
ridiculous.
More demand for lawyers.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, more demand for lawyers. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I mean, and Paul, I agree with you. When you go to 0.05, you're creating criminality that right now doesn't exist. And again, I know what people might say. Well, maybe those people are driving slightly impaired. Okay, but again, as I just said, when do you ever hear of a truly heinous, deadly accident You never hear the state police saying the alleged driver who caused this had a blood alcohol level of 0.06 or 0.07. You and I both know you never, ever, ever hear that.
The voice of Connecticut, WICC, now on 95.9 FM. The all-new WICC 600 and 95.9, your only source for local news and talk in Fairfield County. Listen on 600 AM and 95.9 FM or online at voiceofct.com. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
How low can you go? No, it's not a limbo contest. We're asking about how low can the radon level in your home go? With Apex Radon Solutions as your trusted local radon mitigation expert, the answer is lower than you ever thought possible. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. The higher the number, the higher the risk. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to schedule a free radon test.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, cadillacofgreenwich.com.
Goodwin University is hosting a business and manufacturing career fair on Tuesday, April 1st from 4 to 6:30 p.m. at 3 Pent Road in East Hartford. Connect with employers who are ready to onboard talent like yours. Don't forget to bring your resume for the opportunity to participate in on-the-spot interviews. Interested in attending Goodwin University's Business and Manufacturing Career Fair on April 1st? Register today at goodwin.edu/career services. Walk-ins welcome. We'll see you there.
Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is your go-to family dentist. They offer comprehensive care with general dentists and an oral surgeon. Conveniently located at 91 East Avenue, they're affiliated with the Columbia Implant Center in Manchester, operating 7 days a week, including holidays, to manage any dental emergency. With their in-house digital dental lab, they provide top-tier dental services, including prosthetics, ensuring all your needs are met. For more information, visit columbiadental.com and experience unparalleled dental care.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilow Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilow Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns? Owe the IRS $10,000 or more? With the IRS ramping up enforcement, taxpayers across the country are turning to tax relief helpers. Call 800-885-0622 now. End IRS stress today. Stop collection efforts, wage garnishments, and sleepless nights. Tax relief helpers can help you or your business settle your tax debt quickly and affordably. Call the Tax Relief Helpers hotline at 800-885-0622. That's 800-885-0622. Start your relief today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport, a few breaks along the way through. The lower Merritt is only slightly better right now. Out of New Haven, 95 busy but moving through West Haven and Long Wharf, and on 84 eastbound, some extra cars going into the Super 7 in Danbury. Traffic report powered by Optimum. Take your business to the next level with Optimum Business Essentials. Get reliable, secure internet connection, backup, and business phone, all for just $90 a month. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today. Annette Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clearing and chilly with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, Fairfield County, and affecting your world, Paul Pacelli is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I love this music. It makes like I'm a superhero. I'm coming in with my cape, kind of like Chris Murphy's coming over the hill in my white steed, looking to save his party. Hey, how about that Jasmine Crockett, huh? What a kick she is. Wait, you saw that? My God. We'll get into this later if you didn't really hear what was going on, but she said one of the dumbest things any politician has ever said in the past several years about Greg Abbott, who uses a wheelchair. And you had even the folks on CNN this morning going, oh, God. But I'll get to that later. Right now, though, we usually have her on yesterday, but I wasn't here yesterday, so I talked to the executive producer of the show, who happens to be me, and said, should we have her on Wednesday? I said, sure, why not? Megan Portfolio here. She writes the Hartford Portfolio, the Yankee Institute. Megan, good afternoon. How are you?
Oh, I'm so excited. They let you back out of New York. I thought for sure the progressives would have locked you up.
Yes, I was not with my usual crowd yesterday, but I had a very nice time. It was good. It was very good.
I'm glad you made it out alive.
No, yeah. Well, I've been doing most of the show here saying that it was actually a nice day, except for everybody smoking weed in the middle of the day. What's up with that? I don't know about you, Megan. I don't usually light up a blunt in the middle of the afternoon, but that's just
talk about killing your productivity.
Nothing I would know about. Hey, you as you have been known to do, you're looking at numbers, you're looking at stats regarding public sector, meaning state and municipal union membership in Connecticut. And did I see where you said that's slipping a bit? What's up with that?
Oh, yes. So some good news and bad news. The good news is it is slipping. It's slipping from its high from 2020 down 13%. At one point, one point was last year, we were the number one for most government union workers in the whole country. And we're such a small state, so that's kind of makes me concerned. But yeah, so we are number two. We are the number two highest in public sector union membership in the country. And our good old friends in the labor committee, they can't have any of that because apparently the labor bosses and the organizers just aren't really doing their job very well and aren't able to recruit the members. But our government is going to do it for them on our dime. So thank goodness for that. So the labor committee put in a bill to put temporary workers into the hands of the unions without any kind of like organizing. Like typically, they have an election, organizing involved. Yeah. They have to like work for it. Oh no, they're making it so easy for the unions. They're just going to put in a bill and you can't really force government workers to be in a union because of the Janus versus AFSCME Supreme Court ruling that says you can't force them, but they're automatically going to be in the union unless they opt out of it, which is great for the unions because if you're down 13% in the past 5 years, that money is that's gone. That's money out of their pockets. So this will help their coffers a little bit.
Yeah, and we also had that bill that you probably looked at that now again, if this ever goes to the floor vote, who knows, but the kind of backhanded way, hey, if you're an Uber driver, if you're DoorDash or Uber Eats or something like that or whatever, they want the drivers here who, of course, are not unionized to get it. Well, we just want them to get a better look at a breakdown of what the ride is costing the company and costing them. Well, why are you going to do that? Well, No, we don't.
You know why.
Tell us why.
Well, I mean, because when you door knock for candidates, like the unions do, they basically will do whatever you want. So they, instead of going out and doing what you're supposed to do. I mean, I'm not opposed to unions in the private sector. If employees get together and their employer, is a bad actor and not paying them or unsafe conditions, I'm all for that. But that's the union's job. These people get paid big bucks to go out and organize, and they're either too lazy or they're just really bad at their job because apparently the only one that's able to do that now is the Connecticut General Assembly. And it's ridiculous because we're paying for them. And you know how they say, oh, we didn't elect Elon. Well, I didn't elect the union. So they have too much power. So when I elect my lawmakers, I want them doing things for the whole state, not just spending the entire session doing things to pay back the unions who help them get elected.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing, and I have to explain that to people all the time, Megan, and you probably do too. We are a relatively small state with 3.5 million people, but yet we have 151 state house seats, 36 state Senate seats. So, you do that, you do that math. You got 187 people who run the state. That's fine. In those 187 people, all their districts, it doesn't take, Megan, when you think about it on aggregate, if you run the numbers, it doesn't take that many votes to either get rid of an incumbent or threaten somebody or to move a district. So That's why the union, state and local union voting power in this state is kind of outsized when you look at the numbers there in the breakdown.
Oh, no, it sure is. And we have this cute thing in Connecticut where it's the Citizens Election Program, where you have to get a certain amount of signatures and raise a certain amount of money within your district, and then you just get money from the government to run your campaign. Back in the old days, the unions actually had to buy their vote, but now they just have to, make some phone calls and do some door knocking on the weekend. And I see their Facebook posts. It's a lot of fun. They got pizza. They're having a heck of a good time.
Yeah. Well,
But I just wanted to bring up one more point.
Sure, absolutely.
Back to this unionizing temporary state workers. This isn't like something happening in the bubble of Connecticut. This is an organized attempt by the progressives and the unions to do this around the country. There was a report written by this left-wing organization, the Center for American Progress, 7 ways state lawmakers can build public sector union power. I'll say that again. 7 ways for state lawmakers and how they can build public sector union power. That's not in their job description.
No,
but
they're
one
taking
of those 7
sides.
items
Yeah, they're
is
taking sides.
temporary workers getting unionized.
Yeah, and Megan, the thing that bothers me here, and people say, and I get the emails and the calls all the time, you're anti-union. No, that's not necessarily the point, but the point is, where's that extra money coming from? And the fact that these unions, I believe, technically, Megan, cannot go on strike. So what happens? It goes to binding arbitration. So every 2, 3, 4, 5 years, whenever the cycle is, you and I and Democrats and Republicans, the good taxpayers of this state, get treated like an ATM. Sorry, we want more, so you're paying up.
Oh yeah, we're not even allowed in the bargaining room. We're paying the bill. And I can FOIA nothing. I can't even FOIA the ground rules for what they're because when they go into negotiations, they always have these ground rules. I can't even get that information. I'm paying the bill. I'm left out of the negotiations. I get to find out about it after when they decide to release the contract, 24 hours or whatever it is before they vote on it. It's, 1,000 pages that I have to go through, and there's no time for lawmakers to go through it. And then the unions say, hey, you better vote for this, you better give us more money, or we'll go to arbitration. And if we go to arbitration, they'll probably give us even more.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. We have binding arbitration in this state. In fact, a late uncle of mine, I believe, participated, Megan, in one of the last, if not the last, actual statewide teachers' strike in the late 70s. And that's he participated, and they put all these striking teachers on buses, on school buses, and drove them to a state park for like one day and kept them there. That was like their jail for one day. Okay, 5 o'clock, everybody can go home. And I think after that is when we got binding arbitration in this state. So it's been there a while. Yeah.
It's been there a long time. That's what's on my bucket list for this summer to explore how we got into this whole collective bargaining at the state level. Get some good reading in. Yeah, do that. It'd be a great read. And like I said, I believe the strike was 76, 77, something like that. So that's when I was just a wee tyke back then. So I was like 1. There you go, right? All right, folks, read her stuff. It's at theyankeeinstitute.org. Megan Portfolio and the Hartford Portfolio. Megan, thank you so much for altering your schedule. We'll see you next Tuesday. How's that? Bye, Paul. Okay, bye-bye. There you go. Traffic and weather together, more coming up. Open phones, couple of interesting stories on the other side. This here is WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport, a few breaks along the way through. The lower Merritt is only slightly better right now. Out of New Haven, 95 busy but moving through West Haven and Long Wharf, and on 84 eastbound, some extra cars going into the Super 7 in Danbury. Traffic report powered by Optimum. Take your business to the next level with Optimum Business Essentials. Get reliable, secure internet connection, backup, and business phone, all for just $90 a month. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing later this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hungry for inspiration in the kitchen? Join us Saturdays at 3 p.m. on WICC for Plum Love Foods, your ultimate food talk destination.
Hey, it's Chef Plum. I'm a 6-time Emmy-nominated chef with over 30 years in the industry. And unlike other food shows, we don't just talk about food. We actually work in the hospitality industry. Learn about some awesome food people in our state, or just have a laugh because it's just food. Plum Love Foods. No agenda, no politics, just food.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Join us at Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield and take advantage of our special Blazer EV retired service loaner fleet. Lease with $3,000 down for only $190 a month. Experience all-wheel drive and up to 279 miles of range only at MaritimeChevy.com.
Stock number 24288, 2012 miles, 10K miles per year, 24 months lease. Primary lender must approve. Excludes tax reg and dealer conveyance fee of $7.99.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Trump administration continues to insist a group chat on a bombing plan for Yemen contained no classified information. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
We have said all along no war plans were discussed, no classified material was sent. You have the Secretary of Defense saying that. You have the Director of the CIA, the Director of National Intelligence, the FBI Director, all testifying to that under oath.
The Atlantic released the transcript today. Editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg, who was inadvertently added to the chat, spoke with CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
I was astonished, shocked, appalled. You name the word, I'll give it to you.
The people in Greenland appeared cautiously relieved that Vice President Vance and his wife will limit their Friday trip to a U.S. military base. But President Trump said today the U.S. needs to take control of the Danish island for international security.
Well, I think if they wanted to have diplomatic ties, I think this is completely the wrong way to do it.
CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Florida woman and her boyfriend are facing more severe charges related to the abuse and death of a 10-year-old Connecticut boy. Xavier Williams was brought to a hospital in Tavares, Florida on February 22nd, suffering from cardiac arrest and covered in bruises. The boy's brother detailed the abuse that they both endured at the hands of Kimberly Mills and Andre Walker, who are now charged with second-degree murder. Xavier's father still lives in Connecticut. Kimberly Sullivan appeared in court today. She was expected to plead not guilty to kidnapping and assault charges, but the case was continued until Friday. Her attorney, Ioannis Kaloidis, spoke to the media after the appearance.
The state has indicated that they intend to file a motion seeking to add some conditions to Ms. Sullivan's release. The case was continued to Friday, and that matter will be addressed on Friday.
Sullivan is accused of holding her stepson captive in her Waterbury home for 20 years. Kaloidis says his client is innocent and is being unfairly judged.
The great thing about America is that's not how we work. She's presumed innocent until proven otherwise in court. So the burden rests on the state to prove these allegations.
Tracy Valorand, the biological mother of the Waterbury man, spoke to Chaz and AJ from 99.1 PLR yesterday, calling for charges to be brought against anyone who knew of the suffering her son was going through.
The two daughters also knew that he was there. They didn't say anything. They're complicit. Even the daughter's boyfriend that knew he was there. They all need to be charged.
So far, charges have only been brought against the stepmother, Kimberly Sullivan. The stepson lit a fire in the home to alert authorities in an attempt to escape. Valorand again spoke to multiple news sources after Sullivan's court appearance, including NBC, and praised her son for the actions he took to escape.
It took a lot of strength and courage to do what he did, and I'm very proud of him.
Governor Ned Lamont commented on the case yesterday, reiterating the need to check in on children who are being homeschooled. A Monroe man is pleading not guilty to charges connected to the shooting of his toddler son last summer. Barrington Strauchan was in court Tuesday and entered his not guilty plea to several counts, including risk of injury to a minor. The 2-year-old's mother said the boy and Strauchan were in a bedroom when she heard a noise and found the boy bleeding excessively. Strauchan said the boy shot himself. Witnesses say Strauchan was the only adult in the room at the time of the shooting, meaning he was responsible for the child. West Haven police are investigating after a missing person was found dead in an apartment this week. Officers responded to the apartment on Ocean Avenue near Jones Hill Road Monday night around 6:30 for a welfare check. The person who called 911, presumably the landlord, let officers into the apartment where the missing person was located. The circumstances of the unidentified person's death are unclear. In the wake of measles outbreaks across the country, including neighboring states like New York and Rhode Island, pediatricians in Connecticut are spreading the word that the measles vaccine is safe, effective, and potentially life-saving. At a press conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, state lawmakers and health experts said one of the reasons for Connecticut's lack of measles cases is because of our strict vaccine requirements.
We have seen with the change in the policy of requiring vaccines to enter school and no longer having the religious exemption be an increase in vaccination rates.
State Senator Saad Anwar, who is also a physician, emphasized the potential severity of a measles diagnosis.
As a physician who actually does travel and look at other parts of the world and sometimes volunteers to help take care of children and adults, I know that these illnesses are real and you do not want it on your worst enemy or anyone.
According to the CDC, there have been 378 reported cases in the U.S. this year. 2 people are in the hospital after a crash on the Merritt Parkway in New Canaan. State troopers were called to a section of the parkway late Monday and found 2 vehicles that had smashed into one another. What led up to the crash is unclear. The last remaining bridge damaged by last year's historic flash flooding in Connecticut is now open. Yesterday, the Oxford 1st Selectmen held a ribbon cutting at the Park Road Bridge near Route 67 in Oxford. Bridges, roads, homes, and more across the Naugatuck and Housatonic valleys were damaged or otherwise destroyed during the flash flooding on August 18th last year. The bridge in Oxford was fully reconstructed and fortified to better handle future flooding. And a former Stamford police sergeant is eyeing a run for mayor. Michael Loughran has filed paperwork to run as a Democrat in the November election. Loughran will run against current mayor and fellow Democrat Caroline Simmons, who announced her re-election campaign nearly 2 weeks ago. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport, a few breaks along the way through. The lower Merritt is only slightly better right now. Out of New Haven, 95 busy but moving through West Haven and Long Wharf, and on 84 eastbound, some extra cars going into the Super 7 in Danbury. Traffic report powered by Optimum. Take your business to the next level with Optimum Business Essentials. Get reliable, secure internet connection, backup, and business phone, all for just $90 a month. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clearing and chilly with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Get the straight story on everything that's going on around our state. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
The open phone's here if you want to jump in, phone or text at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And we're following at the top and bottom of every hour that scandal, full-fledged scandal now involving some of those war plans that apparently were being discussed in a group chat on the social media platform Signal, and this reporter from the Atlantic magazine got accidentally added to the chat, and here we are. There was a major screw up by the Trump people. We all know that. I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to play some verbal twister here. They're trying to say, well, it really was. We've hit the Houthis before. Whatever. Unforced error. Is it going to make a difference? No. There'll be a lot of yelling and screaming, and people will say, yeah, but. And you may say, well, what do you mean, yeah, but? This is what I mean, yeah, but. Now, again, there's a notion that by using that text system, now they're saying it violated federal law. Whatever. And I'm being completely neutral on this. Doesn't look real good, but you have to get to the bottom of this. And I'm not playing whataboutism here. I'm not. Because what'll happen is, the folks who are not fans of Mr. Trump are going to hopefully, pray that this inflicts some political damage. And here's the reason it might not. Because of stories like this. And I have a group of friends, a group of professional folks that I work with here and other places, and old high school chums and everything. And I know when I get home tonight, I'm going to see this and say, hey, what about blah, 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 blah? And I'll say, well, yeah, but then there's stories like this. And what am I talking about here? Because this is what people voted on or voted for in November. From the New York Post, the state of Massachusetts recently dumped several illegal migrants accused of raping kids back into the community while refusing to hold them for ICE. And the Trump White House is now targeting the area for mass deportation raids. Now, I know what you're saying. Yeah, that's important, but the whole thing with the Houthi rebels and the blowing wide open of these classified war plans, that's bad too. Yeah, they're both bad. But most of the Trump base is going to say, maybe they screwed up with those, Houthi war plans and that chat group on Signal, but they'll point to this Massachusetts story and say, hey, but at least he's doing this. I'm not saying it's right, but you've probably heard this from your friends and your relatives and your neighbors and your church and your synagogue and your mosque folks and people, your significant other, whatever, boyfriend, girlfriend, domestic partner who supports Trump and says, well, yeah, but this is the stuff the other side wasn't doing. Again, Massachusetts recently dumped several illegal migrants accused of raping kids back into the community. Why? They wouldn't hold them for ICE. Because the governor of Massachusetts, Maura Healey, and the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, this is me saying this, not the Post here, they're nuts. From a political point of view, they're out of their minds. The people that rule Massachusetts live in a cocoon, much the way the people that rule Connecticut do. Since 2017, controversial state policies have barred authorities in Massachusetts from holding illegal migrant accused criminals in local jail based on ICE detainers. So what happened here? There are several recent disturbing examples of illegal migrant alleged rapists being freed on extremely low bail amounts set by courts in Massachusetts. This according to CBS News. Once the subjects make bail, local police cannot hold them on just their illegal immigration status. So unless ICE agents get to the jail fast, the accused criminals walk free. The sheriff in Worcester County, Mass., Louis Evangelides, decried the process. Quote, "It's very frustrating for me to know I might have a drug trafficker or a violent offender getting bailed out of here, and I call ICE. And ICE is like, quote, we're busy with a couple of situations, we may get there in a few hours. Evangelina said, I can't hold them. His jail. In fact, you know what? Let me take a break here. We'll come back. I'll give you the second half of this. Yes, the story with Trump and Pete Hegseth and all the accusing fingers now and Caroline Levitt pointing at each other, that's bad. That ain't good. But you know what his base cares about? Alleged illegal immigrant child rapists.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns? Owe the IRS $10,000 or more? With the IRS ramping up enforcement, taxpayers across the country are turning to tax relief helpers. Call 800-885-0622 now. End IRS stress today. Stop collection efforts, wage garnishments, and sleepless nights. Tax relief helpers can help you or your business settle your tax debt quickly and affordably. Call the Tax Relief Helpers hotline at 800-885-0622. That's 800-885-0622. Start your relief today.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters and auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks closed lower today after the Dow tried to rally in the morning, but President Trump this afternoon likely to announce new auto tariffs, and then next week the so-called reciprocal, though he says lenient tariffs, to be introduced as well. That rattled the market today, and technology also sold off amid worries about NVIDIA's issues with China. The Dow lost 132 points, closing off the lows at 42,454. The S&P down 64.5 points, 1.1% to 5712, while the Nasdaq tumbled more than 2% or 372 points to 17,899. Durable goods orders came in pretty much in line with expectations. Long-term bond yields rose on some worries about the tariffs it would seem, ending up at 4.35%. Dollar firmed on the day, oil up 77 cents to 69.77 a barrel. Gold down $1.90, ending right at $3,024 the ounce. We'll see the details of the president's plan this afternoon and how they may affect the markets going forward as we head into tomorrow's session.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport, a few breaks along the way through. The lower Merritt is only slightly better right now. Out of New Haven, 95 busy but moving through West Haven and Long Wharf, and on 84 eastbound, some extra cars going into the Super 7 in Danbury. Traffic report powered by Optimum. Take your business to the next level with Optimum Business Essentials. Get reliable, secure internet connection, backup, and business phone, all for just $90 a month. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing later this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's here to make the merit traffic just fly by. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Open phones, you want to jump in here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So just to the north of us in Massachusetts, allegations by CBS News and the New York Post that Massachusetts releases illegal immigrants accused of raping kids on ridiculously low bonds and does not allow law enforcement in many areas to cooperate with ICE to get these people out of the country. That to the behest of Governor Maura Healey, the incompetent governor of Massachusetts, and the incompetent mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu. Man, she doubled down on that the other day. And again, it's not just me saying it's all you right-wingers. No, how about the Worcester County Sheriff, Louis Evangelides? He said this is nuts. Quotes, "It's frustrating for me to know I might have a drug trafficker or a violent offender getting bailed out of here. And I call ICE, and they're like, we're busy with a couple of situations. We can't get there for a few hours. I can't hold them," he said. Think about that. And some of these guys that get bailed out, again, by these leftist judges, set a low bail so they can get out. Got to spread around that crime. Get it out of the cities. Put it in the suburbs. Some of these people are alleged, some not proven, but some are alleged to be child sex offenders. Evangelides said his jail recently held 2 inmates charged with child rape. You know what their bail was? $500. $500. You can't, folks, you can't blame the sheriff. You can't blame the police. You can't blame the prosecutors or the DAs. It's the judges. What have I been telling you for years and years and years on this show and other shows I do? The weakest link in our criminal justice system, especially when it has to do with crime and punishment in your own communities, are sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes are leftist judges. In February, ICE arrested Guatemalan citizen Jose Fernando Perez in Framingham, Mass. On immigration raps. Now, he had previously been charged with, you ready for this, folks? I hate to say this at 5 o'clock on a otherwise good Wednesday. This guy had previously been charged with 3 counts of raping a child by force and was released 2 years prior after he posted a $7,500 bail. That's according to the Boston Globe. ICE also was able to hunt down and nab Guatemalan national Stevenson Omar Perez Ajatzlan. They did that in January. It's unclear when he was charged with aggravated child rape. And he was released on a $7,500 bond with a GPS monitor. Now, the average person in the U.S., if you show them these 2 stories side by side, and I'm not saying the story involving the White House and Pete Hegseth and Caroline Levitt and this reporter from The Atlantic getting these this classified briefing or these bullet points on Signal, whatever. I'm not saying that's not important. But if you show these 2 stories to the average American, right? What's more important to you? Well, let me see. A really bad screw-up about some classified attack charges going out to a reporter, or the fact that ICE can't deport child rapists, accused child rapists, what do you think the average American's going to say? But wait, there's more. ICE recently collared Honduran national Juan Alberto Rodenzo Marin, who was charged with indecent assault and battery on a person above the age of 14, and assault to rape, and was released without bail. That's according to CBS News. It's not coming from Fox. It's not coming from Newsmax. It's not coming from One America. It's coming from CBS, hardly a right-wing organization. So again, I ask you, why do you think Trump won in November? Why do you think? You get three guesses and the first two don't count. In January, I'll say it again, ICE was able to finally collar Honduran national Juan Alberto Rodenzo Marin. Did I say that good? He faces charges of indecent assault and battery on a person above the age of 14 and assault to rape. Released without bail on a GPS monitor. And Maura Healey, the incompetent governor of Massachusetts, and Michelle Wu, the incompetent mayor of Boston. We're not going to cooperate with ICE. So, and folks, if you don't believe me on these stories, don't believe me. Look these stories up. Look these stories up. So you have these far left-leaning political, I can't even use the word I want to use, but these people who would rather see accused rapists put out on the street than cooperate with ICE. Still wondering why Trump won? Tom Homan, border czar, last month said he encountered, quote, 9 child rapists that were in jail in Massachusetts and then released before being apprehended by ICE on illegal immigration rap. So again, you have blue city mayors like Michelle Wu in Boston. You have blue city governors like Maura Healey in Massachusetts. And you've got, Democrats here in Connecticut who would rather have alleged child rapists and pedophiles on the street than cooperate with ICE. Then cooperate when ICE calls them and says, hey, just hold this person. We're going to deport this guy or this gal. They're bad people. No, we can't do that. Don't you understand? Because if we lose, and you know the line of crap you get now from local police, well, if we lose trust with the migrant community, oh, for God's sake, stop that. Of a group of 270 illegals rounded up in the Massachusetts area last week by ICE, there were 6 foreign fugitives, including 4 who were wanted for murder or to serve on a criminal sentence before murder, along with drug traffickers, child sexual predators, and numerous other violent public safety threats. It's according to the border czar, Tom Homan. So listen, there is one party in this country who thinks that local officials should work with ICE, and there's another party that doesn't. It ain't hard. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport, a few breaks along the way through. The lower Merritt is only slightly better right now. Out of New Haven, 95 busy but moving through West Haven and Long Wharf, and on 84 eastbound, some extra cars going into the Super 7 Danbury. Traffic report powered by Optimum. Take your business to the next level with Optimum Business Essentials. Get reliable, secure internet connection, backup, and business phone, all for just $90 a month. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today. Annette Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clearing and chilly with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Dine out for half price. It's a sweet deal week at voiceofct.com. Great local restaurants are offering $50 gift cards for only $25. Go to voiceofct.com, click on the sweet deal banner. Restaurants include AB's Falafel, Little Pub, Joseph's Steakhouse, Twisted Vine, Caloroso Eatery, Gusto, Hair of the Dog, Twin Pines, Sports Center, The Adventure Park, Choice Pet, and more. Buy $50 gift cards for only $25. Go to voiceofct.com, click the sweet deals banner.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA guide at betternestegg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to betternestegg.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Okay, we got about a minute left. Hey, Cheryl in Stamford, you got about a minute. Go ahead.
Hi, Paul. In addition to the forecast that you had just announced about the Massachusetts and the criminals that were dumped into there, I just want to say, I get it. I mean, ICE is busy, and I get the politics, and I get the law. But what isn't it? Is it just my opinion to say, would it be too much to say to a bondsman that goes and these people are making bail? Would it be too much to have them not just single but double some kind of shackle to find them afterwards, trace them with the police?
I know what you're saying.
I mean, if you have to release them, can't they at least be double? At least have a double kind of protection on them so they can find them?
Cheryl, thank you. I appreciate that. That's a good question. All that, Cheryl, is generally controlled by legislatures. In
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth continues to defend the use of a chat app to discuss airstrikes in Yemen with other Trump officials.
There's no units, no locations, no routes, no flight paths, no sources, no methods, no classified information.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio was also on the chat.
There was no war plans on there. This was a sort of description of what we could inform our counterparts around the world when the time came to do so.
CBS's Charlie D'Agata at the Pentagon.
This is about 30 minutes before launch. This would give an adversary enough time to prepare for the arrival of U.S. service members, pilots, fighter aircraft. It would give them time to prepare. Now, whether or not the Houthis had the capability, in some cases they do. They've certainly shot down high-flying drones. It would have given them an opportunity to prepare.
The Atlantic released screenshots of the chat. Editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg was inadvertently invited to the chat by President Trump's national security advisor.
Even as a reporter who wants to know everything, I recognize that there are some things for operational reasons should not be discussed lightly. But what you have here is the Secretary of Defense discussing in a Signal chat, doesn't even know that the editor of the Atlantic is in the Signal chat, and is giving out precise timings.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill expressed more concerns. Congressman Jim Hynes.
A lot of this suggests sort of a lack of sobriety. When there's punch emojis and fire emojis, it's a lack of sobriety. I don't mean that literally.
Some are calling for an inspector general investigation into the use of the app. A federal appeals court says it will not lift an order barring the Trump administration from deporting Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador. The Supreme Court has upheld Biden administration regulations on so-called ghost guns, which are so hard to trace. CBS's Jan Crawford.
If it looks like a gun, it fires like a gun, it acts like a gun, they're going to treat it like a gun, and you've got to get those serial numbers on it to sell it and background checks as well.
Christopher Cruz reports on efforts to cancel funding for NPR and PBS.
At a House hearing, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene accused the radio and television networks of bias against conservatives.
NPR and PBS have increasingly become radical, left-wing echo chambers.
Democratic Congressman Stephen Lynch mocked Greene.
To hold a hearing to go after the likes of Elmo and Cookie Monster and Arthur the Aardvark, all for the unforgivable sin of teaching the alphabet.
On Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrials finished the day 132 points lower. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text taxes to 511-511. Save 40% by texting taxes to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text taxes to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Florida woman and her boyfriend are facing more severe charges related to the abuse and death of a 10-year-old Connecticut boy. Xavier Williams was brought to a hospital in Tavares, Florida on February 22nd, suffering from cardiac arrest and covered in bruises. The boy's brother detailed the abuse that they had both endured at the hands of Kimberly Mills and Andre Walker, who were now charged with second-degree murder. Xavier's father still lives in Connecticut. A Monroe man is pleading not guilty to charges connected to the shooting of his toddler son last summer. Barrington Strauchan was in court Tuesday and entered his not guilty plea to several counts, including risk of injury to a minor. The 2-year-old's mother said the boy and Strauchan were in a bedroom when she heard a noise and found the boy bleeding excessively. Strauchan said the boy shot himself. Witnesses say Strauchan was the only adult in the room at the time of the shooting, meaning he was responsible for the child. West Haven police are investigating after a missing person was found dead in an apartment this week. Officers responded to the apartment on Ocean Avenue near Jones Hill Road Monday night around 6:30 for a welfare check. The person who called 911, presumably the landlord, let officers into the apartment where the missing person was located. The circumstances of the unidentified person's death are unclear. 2 people are in the hospital after a crash on the Merritt Parkway in New Canaan. State troopers were called to a section of the parkway late Monday and found 2 vehicles that had smashed into one another. What led up to the crash is unclear. And the last remaining bridge damaged by last year's historic flash flooding in Connecticut is now open. Yesterday, the Oxford First Selectmen held a ribbon cutting at the Park Road Bridge near Route 67 in Oxford. Bridges, roads, homes, and more across the Naugatuck and Housatonic valleys were damaged or otherwise destroyed during the flash flooding on August 18th last year. The bridge in Oxford was fully reconstructed and fortified to better handle future flooding. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, plan on at least an hour from Greenwich going through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Out of New Haven on the Wilbur Cross southbound, accident exit 59 has things backed up into Hamden. 91 southbound, you're jamming from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This Saturday, March 29th, Spectre Furniture is inviting you to be part of their 135th anniversary celebration. Enjoy exclusive deals, free giveaways, and a special in-store celebration on Main Street and Sonia. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing later this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Open phones if you want to drop in here in just a few minutes. We'll talk to our regular midweek Wednesday check-in guy, Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media, senior columnist and editor. He's got an interesting column, very interesting column, regarding a buddy of his who is a Tesla hardcore guy but may not do it now. So we'll talk to Dan Haar about that. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Text or chat. To our last caller, and I'm sorry I had to scoot, didn't have that much time there. To her, a question about higher thresholds of bail or GPS or whatever. Could judges order that? Could prosecutors order that? I don't know what the laws are in Massachusetts, but in many states, what a judge can do or what a prosecutor can request is controlled by the legislature there. Now, I don't know whether that's the exact case in Massachusetts, whether they're more lenient on stuff, but it's a good question, especially when people see low bail amounts. I mean, my God, you got guys, and again, innocent till proven guilty, I get that here. But I was just contrasting both stories here. The story today about the Atlantic and the attack against the Houthi rebels a couple of weeks ago. Why were they using this Signal app? Why was this guy from the Atlantic on it? Now, understand something. Even cabinet secretaries, national security stuff, they have relationships with reporters. So somebody, this was a bad move. They added this, reporter's name to this chat and it got out, whereas they probably didn't want to do that, but maybe later on as the operation is being executed, hey, so-and-so, we did this a half an hour ago, stand by, we'll have a statement on this. That's how all this stuff works, from what I've been told. That's how it works. But I was just comparing and contrasting because I'm getting all these messages from people, hey, how about Trump now? I said, yeah, it's a bad thing. But again, if you compare and contrast the Trump base, which is they will not move, they are unmoved, and you say, what's worse in your mind, this thing using this Signal app regarding a Houthi rebel raid, which we've done much more before, or the fact that Massachusetts and their governor, Maura Healey, and their mayor in Boston, Michelle Wu, they are defiant that they will not toughen up the holding aspects of when you have suspected child rapists. What story do you think the Trump base is going to gravitate toward? It's just the way it is. But I got to tell you, you blue states out there, including Connecticut, go ahead and keep not cooperating with ICE. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let me know what happens in 2026, because your congressional map in 2026 ain't looking real good. And let me know what happens in 2028 when J.D. Vance runs. And again, this is now being echoed by a lot of Democrats, but they don't want to. Even Bernie Sanders came out the other day and said, yeah, illegal immigration kind of cost us. Bernie, God bless you, brother. You think? You think? But again, you states like Massachusetts and New York and Connecticut, we got the Governor Ned Lamont up there. Oh, welcome everybody. We welcome everybody. Okay. All right, Ned. Love you too. Tony in Shelton's here. Tony, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you, Paul?
I'm good, my friend. What do you got?
Well, I was listening to you, and it's common sense of what you're saying. Regardless of who is president, who is your mayor, who is your governor, you do not want crime in your city or in your country, in your state.
Yep.
Regardless. And they're horrendous crimes. They hate Trump, and they're not focusing on the elements with the crime and all the rioting and all the border. Look at the border. He fixed the border instantly. No one's talking about that. They're talking about this leak.
Yeah.
Okay? That's not important. Yeah, it's important to a point. They're making mistakes. They're going rapid speed.
Yeah.
It can happen. It's not a good thing, but it wasn't so dramatic that it caused any any harm. Okay?
And Tony, more people like you are going to be outraged at the story that I just read to you about the slap on the wrist that these alleged child rapists are getting in Massachusetts. It's crazy.
And they're walking side by side with us in the streets.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, people don't see that. They would rather have all these people walking around committing the crimes, committing the murders, the horrendous things that they're doing to children. It's terrible.
It is. And Tony, I do have to run. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, Tony and Sheldon there. Yeah, but the problem is you try to explain this to people, and what you get is the first two words, whether it's a coworker or a relative or a neighbor, you get the usual, but Trump.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
AB's Falafel announces this $16 weekday lunch special. Come for lunch and enjoy the most flavorful falafel sandwich, chicken shawarma sandwich, or beef shawarma sandwich, all served on a fresh pita with fries and a soda for only $16. AB's Falafel is consistently voted best Middle Eastern food in Connecticut. Now offering a complete weekday lunch special for only $16. Come have lunch at AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull, and absfalafel.com.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Support the Bridgeport Rescue Mission through Jersey Mike's Round Up program and Day of Giving. All month long, round up your purchase or donate directly at participating Stamford and Greenwich locations. On March 26th, the Day of Giving, 100% of sales go to the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Your contribution provides hot meals, housing, clothing, addiction support, and life skill classes to those in need. Together, we provide hope and make a difference. Visit brm.gives for more information.
Struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns? Owe the IRS $10,000 or more? With the IRS ramping up enforcement, taxpayers across the country are turning to tax relief helpers. Call 800-885-0622 now. End IRS stress today. Stop collection efforts, wage garnishments, and sleepless nights. Tax Relief Helpers can help you or your business settle your tax debt quickly and affordably. Call the Tax Relief Helpers hotline at 800-885-0622. That's 800-885-0622. Start your relief today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, plan on at least an hour from Greenwich going through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Out of New Haven on the Wilbur Cross southbound, accident exit 59 has things backed up into Hamden. 91 southbound, you're jamming from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This Saturday, March 29th, Spectre Furniture is inviting you to be part of their 135th anniversary celebration. Enjoy exclusive deals, free giveaways, and a special in-store celebration on Main Street and Sonia. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clearing and chilly with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Phones are busy? Text Paul. 203-333-9422. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, that's right, Maud. If you want to tell me what a jerk you think I am, but you don't want to do it on the radio, just send a text. Dear Paul, you're a real moron. And you can do that at 203-333-9422. Joining us right now, though, his regular Wednesday appearance, midweek, Dan Haar, Hearst Connecticut Media senior columnist and editor. Mr. Haar, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. Everything's fine here.
I like great. Great is great. I like that. I like that enthusiasm, Dan.
I'm not getting enough work done, but I'm okay. I'm doing great.
Excellent, excellent. Lot to talk about. Let's start with this, because I think you and I kind of think alike about this. This whole thing about the state saying, hey, these weight loss drugs are costing Medicaid too much, but they work, Dan, and I thought preventative medicine was supposed to hold down excessive costs in the end. So explain this whole thing.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's not just Medicaid. It is also $60 million a year for state employees and retirees.
Yeah.
Right? So Medicare is a roughly equal amount and rising. Medicaid has the potential to rise much faster, right? Because right now the state employees plan has, and the teachers, they have that benefit fully locked in.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a number that's been rising from just 12 million a very short few years ago. But nonetheless, the Medicaid number is the one that could conceivably explode. There are two problems with what you described. The first problem is that, yes, when taken for medical reasons for people who are either have diabetes or who are obese, Ozempic and Wegovy and the others save money. These are what are they called?
GLP-1s. Yeah.
GLP-1, yeah. But when taken for vanity, right? Like, for example, I'm in good shape. I have no sign of diabetes. But I'm 60-something years old.
Yeah.
And I'm about 20 pounds overweight, right?
Yeah.
So, heading into beach season, I could go take Ozempic and I would look better on the beach.
Yeah.
I would not be healthier. That Ozempic would not make me healthier.
Yeah.
Right? That's the use that they would like to avoid.
Yeah.
And it is, as you obviously know, it is extremely difficult to separate out medical use from non-medical use. When somebody says they have a medical problem, they have a medical problem, right? And the other big issue is that, yes, it's penny wise and pound foolish. I get that it's a little pun that we're saying pound foolish,
yes,
but it's penny wise and pound foolish. But the bottom line is we can't afford as a society to do all the things that are smart.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? In other words, it's also smart to do 100% child care from birth. If the state took care of child care from birth, that would be a good investment. But we can't afford that investment. So part of it is looking at what you can do, and part of it is attempting to regulate the true medical use from the non-true.
Also, that was brought up again in the General Assembly the past couple of days, the controversy, Dan Haar, about bears, particularly in Litchfield County, but all over Connecticut. And I get yelled at on social media. I get threats on email about the fact that
there is no way. Let me say, there is no way we should be giving Ozempic to bears. I don't care how overweight they are. We are not giving Ozempic to bears.
I like that, but the people that are professionals that work for Deep, Dan, you've seen this. They say, well, people kind of aren't listening here. And meantime, we get a lot more bear encounters than any other state in the region. Other states do a better job at this. But it is a dynamic that is, of course, you and I know, very emotional.
Yeah, the problem we have here is the in-home encounters, right? And Katie Dykes, the Commissioner of Environmental Protection, who happens to be my neighbor, we had a bear in our neighborhood here.
Okay.
Some years ago. I'd say it was 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. At the start of her tenure, I believe it was during COVID. In fact, I know it was during COVID. And she was against the bear hunt, and the bear was directly overlooking her house. right? And her small children were right out there looking at the bear like everybody else. And I said to her, I said, does this mean now that you're going to favor a bear hunt? And she said, no. Right? What changed is not that she's inconsistent.
Yeah.
It is in-home encounters.
Yeah.
That is really serious. Massachusetts, my colleague Ken Dixon wrote in the story in which Katie Dykes testified in favor of a bear hunt, a limited humane bear hunt. Massachusetts has had one home encounter.
Yep.
Connecticut this season, or maybe it was last year, had 65.
Ugh.
65. Right now, a bear that does not intend to attack and kill somebody, when approached inside a house, can kill somebody. We haven't had that tragedy yet, and I hope we never do. And it's listen, when we walk into our houses, we don't want to have to think about it. So, and Massachusetts has the bear hunt. So, but to your point, there are two reasons. There are three reasons that we might not get it this year. One is that the conservation and animal rights community has a point.
Sure.
Right? It's our problem, not the bear's problem. Let's solve our problem by doing everything we can to prevent bear encroachment. Metal trash, all the stuff we can do with trash and fencing and all that stuff. And the second issue is inertia. And that is the big one in the Capitol. It's very hard, as you know. Yeah. It's very hard to get anything done because it requires an affirmative change. If we had a bear hunt and somebody tried to end the bear hunt, we would have the inertia to end it. We wouldn't be able to end it. And the third issue is that, listen, people just don't like shooting big animals.
Yeah.
And this is not the conservation community. This is a lot of. I think is it partisan? Is it Republican, Democrat? I think it is, but it may be bipartisan.
Might be, absolutely. And finally, you wrote a really interesting piece. You have an acquaintance, anonymous, as you put in the piece, who is a real Tesla devotee, but this person told you, hey, I ain't buying one now. Talk about that.
Well, he has a Tesla Model S. And he's a fanatic Tesla driver, and he's going to get a new Tesla, right? But he was going to go with his wife, as I reported, to Mohegan Sun, where we have the only state dealership, because, as you know, Teslas can't have dealerships in Connecticut; they can have showrooms. So he was going to go to the dealership in Mohegan Sun and spend the night. He probably would have spent hundreds of dollars if he's a Tesla owner.
Yeah,
maybe thousands. Right, maybe not gambling, but maybe on restaurants and stuff.
Yeah.
So, and he was going to go buy the Tesla next week or this week, and that is when he decided, because of the FBI warning that said beware of dangers. I didn't use the word terrorism. The FBI warning did not use the word terrorism.
Yeah,
but it basically said beware of dangerous people around Tesla dealers. And he decided that that's a legitimate threat, and so he's not going to do it. I personally am inclined to think that while it's abhorrent that people would damage property and put lives in danger by, in the worst cases, there were incendiary devices found in Austin, Texas, in the Teslas there. But I still don't tend to think of this as a terrorism situation.
Yeah.
Overwhelmingly, people are simply protesting Tesla. But I think the point is that it is that incendiary. It is that explosive right now that look, we're having a debate. Is what the FBI is doing having a 10-person task force on Tesla protests? I said in the column that I had 2 days ago that is over. That's play acting. There's no need for a task force. We know what the law says. The law says it's in clear black and white. Thou shalt not damage other people's cars. Right? We know the law.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
And you don't need a task force for that. But that said, it's a very real thing that's happening.
Absolutely, and it's not a small purchase either. You can read that column at Dan Haar and all the other stuff he's writing. Hearst, Connecticut Media, Dan Haar. Dan, thanks. Be good. Watch out for the bears. Don't drive a Tesla, and we'll talk to you next week. Thank you, sir.
Any advice on Ozempic?
See if you can get it covered. How's that?
All right.
All right, Dan,
Take care.
thanks. Appreciate it. There you go. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media, right here. So we covered the Bears, we covered Ozempic, and we covered Tesla. And now to traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, plan on at least an hour from Greenwich going through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Out of New Haven on the Wilbur Cross southbound, accident exit 59 has things backed up into Hamden. 91 southbound, you're jamming from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This Saturday, March 29th, Spectre Furniture is inviting you to be part of their 135th anniversary celebration. Enjoy exclusive deals, free giveaways, and a special in-store celebration on Main Street and Sonia. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing later this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. If you need anything related to the trees on your property, K&J Tree Service should be your first call. They're my go-to for all of my tree issues. Did you know K&J has 0% financing available right now? You can apply from your phone. There's no credit impact. There are loan options within seconds, and they're also offering special discounts like $250 off of $2,500 jobs or more than $500 off a $5,000 job. Are your trees in distress? Is your yard losing its charm? Well, then let K&J Tree Service bring your landscape back to life with their expert tree care solutions. At K&J Tree Service, they understand the importance of maintaining the beauty and safety of your outdoor space, and their team of certified arborists offer top-notch services, including tree trimming, tree removal, stump grinding, and so much more. Go to kjtreeservice.com for your free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com, and you can also text them for a free assessment. 203-248-TREE.
Recently, 1 in 4 people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're literally losing sleep because of worries that they might not have saved enough to retire. Pretty much adds up because the number one fear of planning for retirement is running out of money. So if you're ready to get serious about planning for your future, you can start by listening to Mastering Your Wealth with host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 right here on WICC 600. Also get more details online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The White House today continued to defend the use of a chat app to discuss upcoming military strikes in Yemen.
If this story proves anything, it proves that Democrats and their propagandists in the mainstream media know how to fabricate, orchestrate, and disseminate a misinformation campaign quite well.
The Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg was the journalist inadvertently invited to the chat by the National Security Advisor. He spoke with our Ed O'Keefe.
If I'm such a nefarious individual, why am I in Mike Waltz's phone? Why does he have my phone number? Why is he including me in this chat? And what do you expect a reporter to do?
4 American service members have been killed in a training accident in Lithuania. The NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte.
This is really terrible news, and our thoughts are with the families and loved ones. I sent a message to the American Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth.
CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Kimberly Sullivan appeared in court today. She was expected to plead not guilty to kidnapping and assault charges, but the case was continued until Friday. Her attorney, Ioannis Kaloidis, spoke to the media after the appearance.
The state has indicated that they intend to file a motion seeking to add some conditions to Ms. Sullivan's release. The case was continued to Friday, and that matter will be addressed on Friday.
Sullivan is accused of holding her stepson captive in her Waterbury home for 20 years. Kaloidis says his client is innocent and is being unfairly judged.
The great thing about America is that's not how we work. She's presumed innocent until proven otherwise in court. So the burden rests on the state to prove these allegations.
Tracy Valorand, the biological mother of the Waterbury man, spoke to Chaz and AJ from 99.1 PLR yesterday, calling for charges to be brought against anyone who knew of the suffering her son was going through.
The 2 daughters also knew that he was there. They didn't say anything. They're complicit. even the daughter's boyfriend that knew he was there. They all need to be charged.
So far, charges have only been brought against the stepmother, Kimberly Sullivan. The stepson lit a fire in the home to alert authorities in an attempt to escape. Valorand again spoke to multiple news sources after Sullivan's court appearance, including NBC, and praised her son for the actions he took to escape.
It took a lot of strength and courage to do what he did, and I'm very proud of him.
Governor Ned Lamont commented on the case yesterday, reiterating the need to check in on children who are being homeschooled. Connecticut education officials have ordered the Bridgeport School Board to halt their current search for a new superintendent. This comes after the State Board of Education gave Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker broad powers to intervene in the district, which has had a tumultuous year filled with budget deficits and leadership changes. Hearst Media reported that a letter from the State Department of Education halted the search because the district did not initially include the commissioner from the onset. The superintendent of Darien Public Schools and the Anti-Defamation League are teaming up to eliminate hate speech. Superintendent Alan Adley spoke to a group of educators and parents during a recent forum at Middlesex Middle School. An ADL representative reported that the number of hate incidents in Connecticut have skyrocketed from 98 in 2020 to 682 in 2024. That's an increase of 650%. The rep added that it's, quote, happening in the community and, quote, being brought into the school system. Adley noted that many hate speech incidents, quote, take the form of a swastika or the N-word. He said such incidents more commonly happen at the middle school level and noted that's when students start learning about the Holocaust. Governor Ned Lamont addressed concerns over school funding, in particular special education funding, yesterday at a middle school in Meriden. As schools across the state see an increase in students with special needs, some lawmakers are worried that the recent cuts to the U.S. Department of Education will lead to a lack of federal funding for necessary programs. At a press conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, Governor Lamont said he has spoken with Linda McMahon, the current Secretary of Education.
Washington loves secretaries of education from Connecticut, you maybe have noticed. She has said that Title I money and some of the other funding may come from a different agency. Don't expect it to be interrupted. But what I have found is what the secretaries are saying and what you hear from DOJ in the White House don't always align.
In the wake of measles outbreaks across the country, including neighboring states like New York and Rhode Island, pediatricians in Connecticut are spreading the word that the measles vaccine is safe, effective, and potentially life-saving. At a press conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, state lawmakers and health experts said one of the reasons for Connecticut's lack of measles cases is because of our strict vaccine requirements.
We have seen with the change in the policy of requiring vaccines to enter school and no longer having the religious exemption be an increase in vaccination rates.
State Senator Saad Anwar, who is also a physician, emphasized the potential severity of a measles diagnosis.
As a physician who actually does travel and look at other parts of the world and sometimes volunteers to help take care of children and adults, I know that these illnesses are real and you do not want it on your worst enemy or anyone.
According to the CDC, there have been 378 reported cases in the U.S. this year. A former Stamford police sergeant is eyeing a run for mayor. Michael Loughran has filed paperwork to run as a Democrat in the November election. Loughran will run against current mayor and fellow Democrat Caroline Simmons, who announced her re-election campaign nearly 2 weeks ago. And the New York Yankees are gearing up for opening day. Natalie Migliori has the details.
The Yankees are opening the 123rd season in the Bronx with an afternoon game against the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch may be at 3:05 p.m., but all gates to the stadium will open at 1 p.m., with pregame ceremonies set to begin around 2:30. Five-time World Series champ Andy Pettitte, who also serves as the current Yankees special assistant to the general manager, is throwing out the first pitch. The Yankees will also host a moment of silence to remember Miller Gardner, the 14-year-old son of Yankees outfielder Brett Gardner, who passed away just days before opening day.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15, southbound accident at exit 59 has things backed up through the tunnel and into Hampden. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, at least an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield, some breaks along the way. The lower Merritt is the way to go. 84 eastbound, heavy congestion delays through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clearing and chilly with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Whatever's on your mind, put it in a text and send it to Paul. 203-333-9422. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And I ask again, and I'm not. This is not for show. I know I do an entertainment show that is drenched in opinion from me and you and our guests, whatever. But I am asking this honestly here, and maybe you could help me out. 333-9422. Other than the money, which I guess is pretty good, what, $250,000, $300K a year? Other than the money, and with some people it is money. But let me do this again. Take 3. Other than the money. Why would anybody want to be a school superintendent in the city of Bridgeport? The city goes through them like water by all accounts. And granted, I've never been to a Board of Ed meeting. I'd probably freak out and leave. By all accounts, from what's said and told and publicized here on the radio station and by Hearst and on the TV, local TV coverage here, these Board of Ed meetings are untenable sometimes. The tension on the Board of Ed is second to none. From what we all know, we don't have to go there. We find this out. Who would want this job? And now we get this. And thank God, Governor Lamont, the state education secretary, the people overlooking the Bridgeport Board of Ed have said, hey, time out here. Never a dull moment. State education officials order the Bridgeport School Board to suspend its superintendent search. Oh, I love it. Lawyers for Connecticut's top education officials. This, by the way, in Hearst, Richard Chumney's story. You may have seen it yesterday. They're telling the school board, hey, time out, boys and girls, on this search here for your new boss. The state says the panel failed to properly notify state officials about the effort. Oh, this is just great. You talk about a tug of war here between the state and the city. This is like a reality show. The State Board of Education voted earlier this year to give State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker sweeping powers to intervene in the struggling school system, including the authority to oversee the appointment of the next top administrator. So she has this power. I know there may be some of you out there who are on the Board of Ed or maybe associated with somebody at the Board of Ed. Well, where the heck does she get off doing this? Well, she has the power. But Michael McKeon, the Director of Legal and Government Affairs for the State Education Department, accused the city board in a letter dated this past Monday, 2 days ago, of ignoring, I'm shocked, aren't you, of ignoring a directive to include the commissioner in the search from the outset. So here's the state telling the Board of Ed, we told you you've got to keep Dr. Russell Tucker involved here. In the letter, he wrote the following, quote, the CSDE, the Connecticut State Department of Education, believes that initiating the hiring process for a permanent superintendent of schools is both premature and directly contrary to the commissioner's clearly articulated explanation that she would be engaged in the recruitment process for the superintendent position. I love this. This is great. You know what you have here right now? This is a blanking contest. I don't want to use the word because technically it's still on the 7 dirty words list. That's why I'll always say ticked off. I never say off. McKeon ordered the board to take no further steps in the superintendent's search until it provides the state with, quote, my words, not theirs, positive proof that it's making progress towards strengthening its role as stewards of Bridgeport Public Schools, unquote. Now, you know what that is? That's corporate speak, in my opinion. This is not, he didn't say this. In my opinion, you know what that's corporate speak for? We love this. That's corporate speak for clearly, hey, don't you dare, no. Don't you dare until you get your act together.
Professor, how did you crack where these big prizes come from on the multiplier scratch tickets?
Greta and I had a lot of coffee.
We discovered the prizes jumped by 5, 20, 50, and even 100 times.
$200,000 in a single scratch.
Professor, so the big question, who solved it?
I did.
Play the new multiplier scratch tickets from the Connecticut Lottery. Multiply your wins and maybe enjoy your own eureka moment.
Overall odds by game: 5x, 1 in 4.25, 20x, 1 in 4.06, 50x, 1 in 3.72, 100x, 1 in 3.55. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline. Call 888-789-7777.
Struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns? Owe the IRS $10,000 or more? With the IRS ramping up enforcement, taxpayers across the country are turning to tax relief helpers. Call 800-885-0622 now. End IRS stress today. Stop collection efforts, wage garnishments, and sleepless nights. Tax relief helpers can help you or your business settle your tax debt quickly and affordably. Call the Tax Relief Helpers hotline at 800-885-0622. That's 800-885-0622. Start your relief today.
Considering an online pharmacy? Explore BeSafeRx to find useful information and resources to help you purchase medicines safely online. A safe online pharmacy requires a doctor's prescription, has an address in the United States, has a licensed pharmacist, and is licensed by a state pharmacy board. It's best to stay away from online pharmacies that don't meet these criteria. Discover more helpful tips and resources at BeSafeRx. Go to fda.gov/BeSafeRx.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross Route 15 southbound accident at exit 59 has things backed up through the tunnel and into Hamden. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, at least an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield, some breaks along the way. The Lower Merritt is the way to go. 84 eastbound, heavy congestion delays through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing later this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ask Alexa to play WICC.
Playing WICC.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9.
The voice of Connecticut.
Yes, and you can phone in here, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, phone or text. Phone or text 203-333-9422. Couple of text messages today. One person texted in. I was talking about this whole thing with classified information about this raid on the Houthi rebels a few days ago. And now whether or not this is a big deal or not, somebody texted me, I guess we can no longer talk about Hillary's email. Ah, yes, Hillary's email. Here's the thing, though, with the Hillary's email. People forget. She was warned. She was warned by the Inspector General of the State Department back then, from what I understand. Hey, Madam Secretary, you can't have these homebrew servers there. You can't. Please use the State Department system and whatever. It is what it is. But apparently she was warned there. But again, there you go. One more text here. Route 15 Connecticut drivers are the worst. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. At least on 95 and 91 and 84, Route 7, you've got a little room to move. The morons. You morons right now on Route 15, Merritt and the Wilbur Cross Parkway, that are doing 75 and 80 miles an hour, and you're 6 inches off somebody's bumper, you're a mechanical hemorrhoid. Back off. But back to my question here. Who would want to, other than the money? And sometimes people say, hey, I'll get the cash for 2 years. I could retire on that, on the $300,000 a year, even minus taxes. I'll do okay. But if it wasn't for the money, why on God's earth would you want to be the school superintendent in Bridgeport? With having to deal with the politics and from everybody's top office on down. And again, reading this story, apparently and thank God the state's involved, if nothing more than for the kids. And the state now is telling the Board of Education, hey, we stop the recruiting process for the school superintendent. We didn't tell you could do it. The Board of Ed Vice Chairperson Joseph Sokolovich argued the board should take a different approach. He accused state officials of overstepping their authority and suggesting the city school board file a lawsuit against the education department. Oh, dear God, please. Oh my God. Sokolovich said they're taking away local control. Well, there's a reason. And if I can see this from afar, how can no one else? To all the districts out there, this time it's us, next time it could be you. It's a power grab, and we shouldn't take it lying down. Boy, and I'm not, please, I'm not saying this for effect. But listen, I've been watching local politics in this state for 40 years. I have never seen a school board or a municipal body as wrapped up in power as I've seen with the Bridgeport School Board. I mean, there's a story every week. And some say, now I know it's controversial with money. I get it. With curricula, whatever. I get that. I understand it. With contracts, I get it. But man, it's a buffet of this stuff with Bridgeport. He noted that more than a dozen districts across the state are now looking for a new superintendent, and he claims suspending the search would prevent Bridgeport from competing for the best applicants. Well, the problem, sir, is, if I may be so bold, part of this reason that it's going on is the school system is, what, $30 million in the hole? Have we gotten any realization on how the hell that happened? I understand school boards and municipal bodies, hey, we're short by a couple of 100,000, or this mandate from the state's going to put us over by 1 or 2 million. Please, before anybody starts whining about the state, have some respect for the taxpayers of Bridgeport. And first, can we find out forensically how the heck you people suddenly said, oh, we're 30-something million dollars in the hole. Really? Really? 30 million bucks. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But again, seriously, and I know money talks, and you know what walks. And eventually, I don't care whether it's a school board, a radio station, a house painter, a gardener, if you offer a job to enough people, somebody will take it. McKeon, speaking for the Department of Education, did not indicate when the board may be allowed to resume the search, but said the panel must suspend the hiring process until it provides the state with proof that it's improving its role as stewards of the school system. So how about that? How about that? Will they file a lawsuit? Could be interesting if we see, oh, my God, how about that? How about that? Wouldn't that be an interesting legal tussle? The state can tell us what to do because it's overstepping local authority. Wouldn't that be interesting? 203-333-9422. But picture somebody either, well, maybe not in state, but somebody, this is supposedly is a national search. Pick somebody Imagine somebody just saying, hey, I'm a school super here, or I'm an associate superintendent here, and maybe I'm getting a little antsy. Maybe I'm looking for a gig. Oh, look at this. Bridgeport, you're like in Nebraska somewhere, or you're like in North Texas, or you're in Southern Illinois, right there. Where, you know what I mean? Or you're in Alabama. And you say, hey, Connecticut, not bad, Northeast. Bridgeport, hang on and go, Bridgeport. And you just Google it, and you sit there as a school professional, and you Google Bridgeport Board of Ed, Bridgeport School Superintendents. And by the second hour you're reading stuff, you're going, huh? Right? And by the way, folks, if you're listening to me, don't get angry at me. I know there are probably some people listening associated with the board or associated with the city. Don't shoot the messenger here. All right? I get messages, I get social media stuff, texts, chats, buddies of mine, friends of mine, guys and gals who've worked in the business or who have moved out of state saying, really? Bridgeport? Again? Yeah. But I don't think, again, look, you know that a lot of people on a lot of boards of education like the power. It's human. Listen, power's intoxicating, right? The fact that you're looked at as somebody who has authority and power, I get it. But, man, have you ever seen a city or town, and I'm sure it's out there, I'm speaking rhetorically here in some way, shape, or form, but have you ever seen a scenario here of the way that heads bang against each other when it comes to the Board of Ed in Bridgeport? And again, I'm not denigrating the school system. God bless the teachers. God bless the administrators. God bless those folks that actually educate our kids. But, folks, don't get mad at me. In part of the edict or the dictum, go back to my Latin days, actually my son's Latin days, not mine, but when part of the edict of the state says, that's mandates here, I'm not making this up, this is not a joke. Part of the orders that came down from the state here for the Bridgeport Board of Ed is you have to put forward a good faith effort to get along with each other, as in act like adults in the meetings. When you have state education officials saying, okay, here's something that's on your to-do list, act like adults. And who's going to take that gig? My God, who is going to take that gig except for the money? And I'm sure there have been people coming in here saying, well, I can fix it. I'm great with people. Give this a shot. All right, let's put a ribbon on it. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15, southbound accident at exit 59 has things backed up through the tunnel and into Hamden. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, at least an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield, some breaks along the way. The lower Merritt is the way to go. 84 eastbound, heavy congestion delays through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clearing and chilly with a low near 30. Sunny tomorrow with a high near 50. Friday, sunny and milder with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, May 2nd when the Yankees host the Tampa Bay Rays and be ready to receive a Yankees promotional giveaway. It's Jazz Chisholm Jr. Basketball Jersey Night, presented by StubHub. The first 18,000 guests will receive a Jazz Chisholm Jr. basketball jersey. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Rays for Jazz Chisholm Basketball Jersey Night, presented by StubHub on Friday, May 2nd. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA guide at BetterNestEgg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to BetterNestEgg.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, we got a text here. This will probably be the final text of the day. Hi, Paul. Once again, thank you. My point is, and this was, I guess, referring before to my story as to the relatively low security that some of these ICE detainees are given in Massachusetts. If you're a high-risk offender, regardless you somehow make bail and cannot be detained or held due to individual state laws, why not have higher security upon release with 2 ankle bracelets? And if whoever bails on them, bails out ICE, can also track that individual. If child molesters have any freedom, they will do it again and again. This is also why we have too much trafficking here and children missing. These illegals that are high-risk offenders must be under higher bails and higher tracking security until ICE can get there. Cheryl, thank you. No, everybody kind of understands that. But what I'm saying is a lot of times I don't know how the laws are set up in Massachusetts. But to give judges, for example, the leeway to do what you, Cheryl, and other people would want here, that may have to go through the Massachusetts legislature, and Massachusetts is a blue state. And that ends up being the problem. Like here in Connecticut, for example, the General Assembly, led by Democrats. I hate to be uber, partisan here, but there were changes, regarding bail and bonds laws a couple of years ago because there were people pushing these legislators saying, hey, we need lower bonds on some crimes, higher bonds on others. And, by the way, according to the state constitution, every suspect in the state must have some sort of bond or bail set. You cannot hold someone without a bond or a bail here in the state, no matter how dangerous they may be. Can you change that? Sure. It will take years because it has to go through the state constitution. So, Cheryl, thank you once again. Yeah, no argument with what you're saying but the process on that would take years and years and years.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. There were a lot of explanations from Trump administration officials today about why plans to strike Yemen were discussed using a chat app. From the president himself,
I think it's a witch hunt. I wasn't involved with it. I wasn't there.
Security contributor Sam Vinograd.
The reason that information is normally classified is because if it's provided in an unclassified setting in advance of the strike, that means that bad actors could get access to it and could disrupt the actual operation.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
My job is to provide updates in real time, general updates in real time, keep everybody informed. That's what I did.
The Atlantic released screenshots of the chat today. CBS's Charlie D'Agata at the Pentagon.
In light of what we just read today, there will be more calls for the defense secretary to step down because of the sheer mishandling of it.
Senator Dick Durbin.
I think they intentionally misled Congress into trying to believe that this was some casual conversation. This is a war plan, and American lives are at risk.
Jeffrey Goldberg, the Atlantic editor-in-chief, who was inadvertently invited to the chat, spoke with CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
If I'm such a nefarious individual, why am I in Mike Waltz's phone? Why does he have my phone number? Why is he including me in this chat? And what do you expect a reporter to do?
Brian Katulis of the Middle East Institute.
This is part of the problem with politics and policy being run like it's a reality TV show, and with people actually being quite careless, is that we actually look less serious in the world, and these are serious problems.
A federal appeals court today refused to lift an order barring the Trump administration from deporting Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
The Justice Department will no doubt seek an expedited appeal and ruling from the Supreme Court, which was inevitable since this case is one of many that needs resolution on the reach and limits of executive authority.
President Trump has just signed an executive order on new tariffs on foreign-built cars.
And what we're going to be doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, there's absolutely no tariff.
A measles outbreak in Kansas more than doubled today to 23 cases, and an outbreak in Ohio grew to 10. Kansas health officials say there is a possible link to outbreaks in Texas and New Mexico. More people in the Carolinas were asked to leave their homes today as wildfires spread. The forecast for the rest of the week isn't good for fighting those fires. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
A favorite moment from Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Voter participation. Unfortunately, even if it is a presidential election year, I'll even throw a gubernatorial election year here in Connecticut, our voter participation numbers are just not where they need to be. Have we improved? A little bit, but not enough. And we don't really focus enough on local and state elections, and the fact that people just don't show up to the polls enough. There's almost like a lack of urgency and understanding why our local and state elections matter, in my opinion, sometimes more than the presidential election matters. But again, people don't go to the polls. And so there's a bill that's being discussed right now, and it would involve having a task force created. And they would be hopefully getting our voter participation numbers in a much healthier place here in Connecticut. And so I wanted to talk to one of the state reps behind this movement. Representative Matt Blumenthal joins us out of Stamford. And we appreciate you being here again, House Chair of Government Administration and Elections Committee, the perfect person we could talk to about this piece of legislation. Representative Blumenthal, we appreciate your time. Can you tell us more about this and help us to understand the issue at hand with voter participation in the state?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me, Melissa, and thank you for your attention to this issue. You're absolutely right. There is almost an inverse level of attention related to the importance of the election to your everyday life. If anything, your local and your state elections have a more intense and widespread day-to-day effect on your life than the federal or presidential. But there is so much less attention on these elections, and there's not even enough attention on the presidential election, which is the election that gets the most attention. So one of the things we're working on the Government Administration and Elections Committee is measures to increase voter awareness, voter access, and voter participation. And we're doing that in a number of ways, but one of the ways we're doing that this session is by working on a bill that creates a task force to study the issue of voter participation and pursue measures through pilot projects in the municipalities across the state that want to participate to increase voter education, civic engagement, and voter participation. So Just so everyone knows, this is not going to mandate that anyone has to vote. There's no mandate. There's no, mandatory regulations or rules or anything like that. This is purely a study with potential pilot projects by municipalities to increase voter participation and voter access in the state.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, Representative Blumenthal, but basically this task force in layman's terms, they got to figure out why people aren't showing up to vote.
Yeah, absolutely. And, they're looking at enhancing civic engagement. They're looking at efforts to achieve maximum voter participation. They're looking at other jurisdictions that have increased voter participation or have better voter participation than we do. And they're also looking at the needs of municipal officials and potential implementation options. So they're going to look at the whole thing from soup to nuts to try to figure out why our voter participation is lower than it should be, what other jurisdictions are doing that's successful, and what we can do here in Connecticut to improve matters.
So I'm curious, when you say that after the study is sort of underway, the task force is looking at this and potential pilot projects could come out of it. Could you give me an example, even if it's one or two concrete examples? Like what kind of a pilot project could municipalities get in on?
That's a great question. So one could be voter education, and that would be especially relevant when we have new forms of voting, well, at least new forms of voting to Connecticut on the docket. One is obviously early voting, which we had for the first time last year. And there was huge participation. People really had a great experience overall and enjoyed early voting. But I think there was some confusion about all the rules and regulations and when it was available and where it was available. So, for instance, a municipality could take efforts to better educate their voters about how early voting works. We're also going to have another new form of voting coming down the pike. 38 states and the District of Columbia already have absentee voting for all. So, in other words, an absentee ballot for everyone who wants one. And we just passed a constitutional amendment this past fall, overwhelmingly, that would allow that. We're hoping to implement that through legislation this spring during the session. And we need to make sure the voters understand how it works, that they have access to it. I think there are other measures that a municipality could take in order to increase access. They could, for instance, have a program to bring voters to the polls if they want to meet at a prearranged